2 decades and has seen the displacement of over 15 million people over the course of this particular conflict. What we do know is that over the past 6 months, we've seen about 500,000 people displaced from Eastern DRC. And of course, at the close of 2024, there was another extraordinary Sadc summit, which was held in Mount Hampton, where it is that the leaders within the Sadc bloc agreed to extend a Sadc mission by an additional year, running up to the close of November 2025. But given that we've seen an escalation where that conflict is concerned, questions then would be raised in terms of whether that time frame would be sufficient. We are also aware that there has been the Luanda process steered by the outgoing chairperson of the Sadc bloc, His Excellency Joao Lorenzo, who's been at the helm of that particular process, seeking to bring resolve where the various parties are concerned. And obviously, with what we're seeing now, it would be important to get back to the drawing table to find out what would be the best of solutions given the crisis that has escalated. We saw a series of meetings taking place in the course of last week with some degree of exchanges between various presidents, including the president of South Africa as well as the president of Rwanda, where this particular conflict is concerned. And so this very meeting is expected to be looking into some of those issues. We have Tafaras Bochiwe, who is at the airport, who will be giving us an update in terms of who has come through, which envoys have come through from which particular countries, and whether they were able to engage in some degree of conversation or to highlight what they're pushing for where this meeting is concerned. Yesterday, the Sadc Secretariat, the Sadc Chief of Secretariat, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, paid a courtesy visit to the Sadc Chairperson Emerson Mnangagwa, and they indicated that it's the conflict in Eastern DRC that is the subject of this extraordinary summit. And of course, we've got visuals there from Mount Hampton where His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, who is also the chairperson of the Sadc bloc, just arrived to welcome other heads of state and government who jetted into the country starting from yesterday. 2 days back, there was a Troika meeting that was held on Tanzanian soil, and of course conversation there laying the foundation on which the deliberations that are expected to be taking place, or to be sounded abroad rather, will be released from Mount Hampton this very afternoon. But much to talk about. We've got right there at Mount Hampton Mugobe Chigada, who is on standby to give us some tidbits into what has taken place since the start of the day, where we are at this point, and what to expect where the rest of the day is concerned. But then again, this is a conflict that's been ongoing for over 2 decades. In 1998, Zimbabwean armed forces were released into Eastern DRC as they sought to bring resolve to that particular conflict. And this is over 2 decades, nearly 2 decades since then. But that conflict still continues to run. And of course, the big question would be, what is the solution from this particular point? To what extent will dialogue be instrumental at dealing with this particular crisis and bringing the much needed resolve? Also, at the same time, we've got Sadc forces that are within Eastern DRC. What we do know is that some casualties were suffered about 2 weeks back as there were severe attacks against the Sadc forces within Eastern DRC, and scores of South African forces were actually attacked, and casualties suffered in that particular process. So we are at that point where there is need for urgent resolve to this situation, urgent interventions, and all the heads of state are putting their hands together. Some have managed to come through, some have sent their envoys to represent the interests of the respective countries within the Sadc bloc. So much expectation ahead of this meeting, and any moment now we should be able to engage in conversations, and of course those visuals there giving us insights into what is taking place at Mount Hampton. Maybe also just to shed more light, there have been some ongoing meetings in the build up to this particular meeting. The different ministers representing the different countries have been meeting, and of course much of the conversations have been taking place behind closed doors, and so with now this very meeting where the vice heads of state as well as their representatives get to meet, that's when we should be getting an indication in terms of some of the key deliberations from this particular summit. We are also expecting feedback in terms of some of the activities that have been taking place from the Troika organ, which is the urgent organ that has been responsible for peace and security, as well as the advancement of the bloc from that particular standpoint. So there are expectations that we should be getting updates in terms of what Troika has been able to table before this meeting, what the Council of Ministers that have been meeting since the course of the start of the day have been able to put together, because these two legs frame what then the heads of state deliberate on as and when they get to meet. But of course we expect to hear from Elias Mahosi, who is in charge of the Sadc Secretariat, who should be able to give us an update in terms of what has taken place thus far, and of course what to expect from this particular moment. But of course we continue with this live broadcast. Don't go anywhere. You are watching a live broadcast of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil. It's the conflict in eastern DRC that has escalated in recent weeks that has brought us to this particular juncture. What we do know is that the latest report from Goma in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo indicate that 13 fighters from the Sadc bloc have lost their lives, and of course a couple of cities have been captured within eastern DRC, raising an alarm. And now of course we are expecting to be receiving feedback in terms of what are the key deliberations at hand where Sadc is concerned. One of the key values that Sadc runs with is that an attack on one is an attack to all the member states. Hence, the 16 member states are gathered here in Harare to deliberate and to engage in meaningful conversations in terms of how to address with the different interested parties and move on in terms of resolving this particular conflict. And now we have different reporters that are spread across Zimbabwe's capital city to give us the latest in terms of what is taking place and what are we to look forward to. We have Mugove Chigada, who is stationed at Mount Hampton, where Zimbabwe's parliament is situated, whom we will be having a conversation with. We also have Tafara Sibochiwe, who is on standby at the airport to give us an update in terms of what has taken place since morning and what is currently taking place. Tafara, good afternoon. What is the latest?
Good afternoon, Eben. Yeah, thus far we have received 3 heads of state and government. We have received the President of Tanzania, Her Excellency Salima Hassan. We have also received the Mozambican President, that's His Excellency Daniel Chapo, and we have received also the head of state and government who is the President of Madagascar, His Excellency Andry Rajoelina. And at the present moment, it looks like we are witnessing live visuals of the arrival of the President of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko. At this point in time, we wait to see if it is him who has come for this extraordinary summit.
Right. Have you gotten an indication, perhaps in terms of some of the conversations that may have taken place right there at the airport in terms of the agenda, and if there's been any communique perhaps communicated right there from the airport?
Well, not as such. But what I do know is we are still expecting more heads of state to be coming through to be in attendance for this extraordinary summit.
Have an indication as yet in terms of who else is being expected on Zimbabwean soil?
Well, thus far, I know we're expecting the President of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. But for the other heads of state, we wait. I haven't gotten information as yet as to who is arriving and when and what time.
Tafara, we are seeing some movement close to the aircraft. Maybe you could move closer so that we get an indication in terms of what exactly is happening there. Right. Tafara, talk to us. What is the situation on the ground? If you can shed more light and explain to us the visuals there.
We have a plane from Botswana at the moment. It remains to be seen who from Botswana has come for this extraordinary summit. We anticipate that it is the President, His Excellency Duma Boko, but so we wait for visuals to confirm that, to verify if it is him or maybe it is a representative from Botswana.
Right, of course, we await to get an indication in terms of who it is that has arrived at this particular point. But Tafara, let's talk about the conflict as well as the escalation that has taken place in recent weeks and how that has a bearing on the bloc.
Yes, as you know, that the M23 has intensified its offensive on Goma since the beginning of the year, capturing, nearby towns. And one of the things that perhaps that could have contributed to the escalation was the killing of Major General Peter Siriwami, who was the governor of North Kivu. Yes, they did put in efforts to try and treat him when they flew him to Kinshasa, the capital, but unfortunately he eventually succumbed to his injuries. So that's one of the things that actually did transpire, leading up to rising tensions in the city of Goma, which is located, of course, in the province of Northern Kivu.
Right, quite a sad development there with the passing on of that governor. Right, and now we are seeing the arrival of the president of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko, received by Zimbabwe's Minister of Tourism, Honorable Barbara Rodzi, and of course receiving him on Zimbabwean soil ahead of the much anticipated conversation where it is that the leaders within the Sadc bloc are expected to be deliberating and coming up with a bold stance in terms of how to respond to the conflict in Eastern DRC and trying to broker both from a conversational perspective as well as also from a militant perspective, given that we've had Sadc forces that have been in Eastern DRC for over a year now. And of course, the question then becomes, how then does Sadc proceed from this particular moment? Of course, Tafara, our man on the ground, our correspondent, giving us insight and details in terms of what exactly is taking place there. Tafara. The Botswana head of state. Right, Tafara, may you speak to us in terms of the situation on the ground and what's taking place there?
Yes, I can confirm that it is His Excellency the President of Botswana who has touched down at Robert Mugabe International Airport, Duma Boko. He has arrived. He's inspecting the parade by the military at this present moment.
Thank you for the inspection. Everything to get on, Your Excellency.
Traditional dance group from Zimbabwe, charming President Duma Boko with a bit of a Zimbabwean flavor.
That has just been inspected by the Botswana head of state, and of course the traditional dances, an indication of how strong the Zimbabwean culture is and the culture within the bloc, in appreciation of the arrival of the Botswana head of state on Zimbabwean turf, ahead of the much anticipated deliberations and meeting where the various heads of state within the region are expected to be looking into the escalated conflict in eastern DRC, where it is that Sadc forces have been deployed there for over a year. And of course, we will be crossing over to Mount Hampton at Zimbabwe's parliament, where it is that we have the various other leaders within the bloc. The Council of Ministers has been engaging in conversations. The Zimbabwean head of state, who serves in the capacity of the Sadc chair, will be expected to be leading the conversation. His Excellency Elias Mahosi paid a courtesy visit at the State House yesterday and engaged in conversation with the Sadc chair, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, on various issues of interest to the bloc. And at the fore is the Eastern DRC conflict, where it is that the M23 rebels have been in conflict with various forces, including the Sadc forces that have been deployed in Eastern DRC. And so what would be critical from this point is how it is that Sadc will be able to chart the right course in bringing resolve to this contentious situation that has seen the displacement of over 500,000 people over the past 6 months. It's been a conflict that's been raging for about 3 decades now, and they are coming, the heads of state, with one resolution to find out how they can formulate an antidote, a panacea to this conflict that has been raging for decades. We have Mugobe Chigada, who is stationed at Mount Hampton, who will be giving us an update in terms of what has transpired right up to this point, what to expect, whether there has been any communique right up to this point. And of course, you are looking at visuals from the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, where our man on the ground, Tafara Spochiwe, has been speaking to us about what has taken place right up to this point. What we do know is that the president of Mozambique, His Excellency Daniel Chapo, touched base, and of course the leader of Madagascar, His Excellency Andre Rajoelina, has also touched base on Zimbabwean soil. And now just we saw the arrival of His Excellency the President of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko, and of course much to look forward to. This live coverage of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit continues. Don't go anywhere. You're watching a live broadcast of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil. What has brought us to this juncture is the conflict in eastern DRC that's been raging for over 3 decades. And of course, over the past couple of weeks, that conflict there has escalated. And we've seen scores of Sadc forces that have fallen victim. And of course, we've also seen the capturing of the city of Goma in eastern DRC in the situation of much contention. We've seen a couple of heads of state on the continent in an exchange of words over how this situation can be resolved. And so the Sadc summit is being held on Zimbabwean soil to try and carve a way forward and bring resolve to this conflict that has raged on for a good 3 decades. Now, just a moment ago, we were in conversation with Tafaras Bochiwe, who is stationed at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, and who gave us an update in terms of the activities that have taken place at the airport. And what we do know at this point is that we witnessed the coming in of the president of Botswana just about 10-15 minutes ago, His Excellency Duma Boko. We also know that the president of Madagascar, His Excellency Andre Rajoelina, is now on Zimbabwean turf. The president of Mozambique, His Excellency Daniel Chapo, is also on Zimbabwean turf. Earlier we saw the coming in of the head of the Sadc organ on peace and security, the Troika, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, who is now on Zimbabwean soil. Yesterday, the chief of the Sadc Secretariat, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, paid a courteous visit to Zimbabwean president, who is the Sadc chair, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, to deliberate on the key issues ahead of today's meeting of the heads of state and government. Now, we have our men on the ground at Mount Hampton, ZTN correspondent Mugove Chigada, who is on the ground to give us an update in terms of what has taken place and what to expect. Mugove, good afternoon. What is the latest?
Well, thank you very much, Eben. I give you this report at a time when we're experiencing very sunny conditions. But in actual fact, a dark cloud hovers around the Sadc region following the escalation of the conflict in DRC. Right now, I can confirm that the Sadc chairperson, President Mnangagwa, has arrived. He will obviously be making sure that some of the heads of state and government that have arrived will arrive when he is already here. This is a meeting that is necessary given what is transpired in Goma, as you were alluding to. Obviously, when you look at the Sadc objectives, that of economic development, we are talking about peace and security. We are talking about making sure that there is poverty alleviation. That cannot be achieved for as long as that conflict in DRC, that's the eastern DRC, is ongoing.
Mugove, what are likely to be the topical issues as and when these heads of states are convening?
Well, I think we must be able to appreciate that this is a meeting that is taking place about 8 weeks after another similar meeting, and a Sadc extraordinary meeting took place here. That meeting, of course, extending the term of the Sadc mission with another year. But a lot of things have happened since then. Over the past days, we have seen the killing of 13 Sadc troops that, of course, of South African nationality. May their souls rest in peace. That, of course, has been one of the issues that have been very topical. We are looking at a situation whereby, as you indicated, Goma has been taken over by the M23 fighters. That means they're in control of the border that divides eastern DRC and Rwanda. They're in control of the airport. They're in control, of course, of the radio and television, the national radio and television stations there in Goma. Goma, quite a critical city in in DRC, located about 1,600 kilometers west of Kinshasa. This is a city where most of the displaced civilians were actually going to over the past years. But now this is a city that is now under the occupation of the M23. Of course, there have been exchanges between the South Africans and the Rwandans. That, of course, is a critical issue as the Sadc member states go into this meeting. The impression that has been given, especially coming from Rwanda, is that South Africa, one of the members of Sadc,
Mugobe, just as follow-up to that, let's talk about the exchange between the Rwandan head of state, President Kagame, and the South African head of state, President Cyril Ramaphosa, ahead of this meeting. How important is that, and what kind of weight does that place where this Sadc extraordinary meeting is concerned?
I think it's quite important that the East African community had to meet before this Sadc extraordinary meeting, and it's also important that the Rwandan president has been able to air his views on the conflict that's going on. Obviously, Rwanda quite an important stakeholder in this conflict. What this means is that the Sadc heads of state and government go into this meeting knowing exactly the concerns of Rwanda, knowing exactly the concerns of the DRC government. I think what we can maybe single out is the allegations made by the Rwandan president on the South African president, saying that they are not in any position to be the mediator. That, of course, changes a lot of things when we compare to the last Sadc extraordinary meeting that happened here, where Sadc went into DRC as a peacekeeping mission. Now, with South Africa having been receiving these allegations and South Africa being a part of Sadc, automatically those are allegations that automatically also goes to the to Sadc.
The outgoing chairperson of the Sadc bloc, His Excellency Joao Lorenzo, has been making frantic efforts to bring resolve by means of dialogue through the Luanda process. What is the latest at this point, and what have the happenings of the past few weeks mean for the Luanda process at this point?
I think it's important maybe then to go back to the communique that we received when the last time that the Sadc heads of state and government, the presidents met here. One of the points that came out from that communique was that all parties, that of course include the DRC government, that includes the M23 fighters, as well as other militias that are in the DRC, they had not actually been able to follow the 4 August 2024 ceasefire agreement. So when you look at that and the escalation that we have now experienced, this is something that has been progressing over the past month, something that needed action, hence important for Sadc to meet at this particular moment.
Mugo, just to sort of circle back in terms of the situation on the ground there at Mount Hampton. Of course, we are looking forward to the meeting of the various heads of state. Let's talk about the preliminary activities that have taken place right up to this point in terms of the background. What do we know?
Yes, of course, I mentioned that the Sadc president, the Sadc chairperson, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, has arrived, and in minutes to come, we'll be also witnessing the arrival of a number of other heads of states as the meeting is about to start. It is expected that it will start at 2:30, that's Central African time. But before that meeting begins, they will also have a family photo, something that is a tradition in as far as the Sadc is concerned. And then in the meeting, we are set to get welcome remarks from the Executive Secretary, and then we will get the opening statements from the chairperson of Sadc. After that, it will be a closed session. Of course, a closed session that starts with the presentation of the draft communique by the Executive Secretary.
Right. Of course, we will continue to take a look in terms of what that means for the deliberations at this point. Now, picking up from where we left off, Mugove, there would be the subject of how it is that there was an extension of the mission of the Sadc forces that are in Eastern DRC by a year, meaning till the close of November. Given the complexion that the conflict has taken right up to this point, what does this mean for that mission?
Can you come again, Ibn?
I'm saying 8 weeks ago, the mission in Eastern DRC for the Sadc forces was extended till November. Now, given the complexion that the conflict has taken right up to this point, what does this mean for the Sadc forces in Eastern DRC?
I think a lot of things have changed since that November 20 meeting. We have seen a situation whereby now the M23 fighters now control Goma, an important city in the DRC. We have seen a situation whereby 13 Sadc peace troops were killed, which is very unfortunate. The Sadc meeting, the Sadc extraordinary meeting, obviously will consider maybe to strengthen the mission. But what's very important at this particular moment is to go back even to the beginning and say, when they recommended that there will be a peacekeeping mission in DRC to ensure that there is peace, there was also another point that came out, that the Luanda process that we were talking about, the peace agreement, the negotiation table has to go on to ensure that the DRC conflict comes to end. What really went wrong? At what point did the parties involved in this conflict concluded that the issues could not be solved by maybe speeches, resolutions and negotiations, but blood and iron? At what point did they come to that decision? And what can be done now that there is a lot of tension in the region? Rwanda involved, DRC involved, South Africa involved. Of course, South Africa being a member of Sadc, we've got to look at the Mutual Defense Pact, which says an injury to one is an injury to all, which means that the attack in DRC, the attack maybe on South Africa is an attack to all the other Sadc member states. What do the Sadc member states do now in the middle of all these tensions that have come up?
Right. And how will that influence the resolutions that are expected from today's Sadc Extraordinary Summit?
Obviously, the Sadc leaders will have to think deep. This is a litmus test that they have to pass at the end of the day. What is very clear is that war in Eastern DRC is unacceptable. We've seen that it has been reported that since the beginning of the year, more than 500,000 people have actually been displaced. That means a lot of people are facing probably hunger. They are facing disease. We don't want a situation maybe that's similar to the 1997 war, the war when millions were actually displaced and millions actually died of hunger and disease. It's a situation whereby the Sadc leaders have to come up with decisions, have to come up with resolutions that are very firm. But what's very clear is that negotiations have to be done. There's a new situation in Eastern DRC. Is different from the last time that they meet. Different resolutions have to come up to ensure that there is very firm resolutions.
Right. Of course, at this point, it becomes relevant to understand the depth of this particular crisis. How much has the Eastern DRC conflict weighed on the progress of Sadc as a bloc?
Well, you've got to look at the objectives of the bloc that I highlighted earlier on. We are looking at economic development, we are looking at peace and security, we are looking at poverty alleviation. Right now, if millions of people are to be displaced because of that conflict, the people of DRC, especially in the east, regardless of their tribe, whether Tutsi or Hutu, are actually going to face worse off situations. They have never been in a good position. And it's a position now that is not acceptable in as far as poverty alleviation is concerned. We are also looking at issues to do with trade, a lot of trade that goes on, of course, between the DRC and some of the Southern African countries and Eastern African countries as well. That comes to a standstill whenever there is conflict. Hence, maybe reducing the projected economic growth of certain countries that actually rely on the DRC. So we can go on and discuss some of the economic disadvantages that come with this conflict.
Speaking of conflict, it appears there's conflict between you and the fly. Will allow you the liberty to get rid of that conflict situation there with that fly, so we can continue on. Moving on, we are seeing visuals of the arrival of the South African head of state and government, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, who is touching base at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport ahead of the much anticipated Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil. As he's coming into this meeting, we have seen some exchanges between South Africa and Rwanda, and it will be important to the Sadc bloc in terms of getting deeper in terms of the implication of that exchange and how that will frame the Luanda process of seeking to deal with the conflict that is at hand. We have our man Tafaras Bochiwe, who is on the ground, who will be giving us an indication in terms of what exactly is taking place on the ground. What we do know at this point is that we've seen the arrival of the president of Botswana, the president of Madagascar, the president of Mozambique, as well as the president of Tanzania. The president of Zimbabwe has already made his way to the Zimbabwean parliament in Mount Hampton. Now back to Mugabe, having dealt with that situation of conflict earlier on. Now Mugo, let's talk about the economic impacts of the conflict in Eastern DRC on Sadc as a bloc.
Even conflict, whether it's in the DRC, whether it's in Mozambique, as we saw in the past weeks, affects the region in a very big way. The countries are interconnected, and we're talking here about trade. We've got to look at how much traffic we get, maybe to bring it closer home, how many traffic we get from Beitbridge going all the way to the DRC. There's a lot of business that goes on. What really happens to that business during this time when there's a lot of conflict, as we've seen, it's something that had not been anticipated. And it's quite important for Sadc to really deal with this, because one of the key objectives, is regional integration. There can never be proper development, unless there is that integration. And this conflict, of course, really comes against all that.
Earlier on, you spoke about the exchanges. From the airport, we were taking a look at the visuals of the arrival of the South African head of state and government, President Cyril Ramaphosa, who is just touching base at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport. Now, zeroing in terms of the exchanges between Rwanda and South Africa, how important is it for there to be some degree of consonance between what Sadc is pushing for and what the members of the Eastern African community are pushing for?
I think going into this meeting, the exchanges between Rwanda and South Africa are something else that the Sadc leaders have to deal with. Sadc South Africa are huge in Sadc, and Rwanda are also quite a big player in the East. And Rwanda have been part and parcel of this conflict. Of course, they are on record having said they were not involved with the M23 fighters, and South Africa saying otherwise. And we have also seen an escalation of those relations. It's very important for Sadc to look into that and see how they can actually be able to find a solution if the conflict in the Eastern DRC is to be resolved.
Right. At the same time, there are unconfirmed reports that perhaps some of the agents that are taking center stage in this conflict are sponsored by external forces, and maybe it goes beyond the situation being a DRC conflict. Do we have an indication where that very subject is concerned at this point?
Well, it's something that have been coming from both sides. Rwanda have really been highlighting that there are a number of mercenaries that were in Eastern DRC that have nothing to do with the DRC. They also highlighted that the FDLR, which is made up mostly of the Hutus, actually not supposed to be in Eastern DRC as well, and should not be a part or should not fight alongside the Sadc mission. Hence, there is an impression that has been given that the Sadc mission has been fighting hand in hand with the FDLR, which have also been directly fighting against the M23 fighters. That's quite a controversial situation. But on the other hand, the DRC government have been also putting across allegations that Rwanda have been directly involved in supporting the M23 fighters. Hence, their ability to be able to make sure that they took over Goma. So we are seeing a flurry of accusations from both sides, accusations that will not resolve this crisis. There needs to be a common ground. They need to find a solution to this.
Yes, indeed, a solution will be important at this particular time in terms of framing how Sadc as a bloc is able to continue from this very point. Now, Mugo, yes, indeed, there will be the opening remarks from His Excellency Elias Mahosi, and there will be that closed meeting that you alluded to. At what time are we to expect a communique from the Sadc Secretariat?
There is quite a clear program in terms of when the meeting to be done, but it can never really be those times that they've indicated. As I indicated, there are a lot of in and out.
Right, of course, our man on the ground, Mugovechi Gada, giving us an update in terms of what's taking place at now. Well, of course, we continue with the live broadcast of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit, and now we take you to the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, where the South African President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, Samutuli Ncube, and of course the rite of passage there, a standard diplomatic procedure. I've been on the ground at the airport for the past two Sadc summits, and it seems that there is a particular order and a pattern to it, as it seems that the pattern in terms of how these allocations are made when these heads of states are of course received on Zimbabwean turf. What we do know, of course, is that we have our man on the ground, Tafara Sibochiwe, who's been there since early morning to keep track of the activities taking place and what it means for today's events.
Hello, Eben. I can confirm that His Excellency the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, by Honorable Finance Minister Mthuli Ncube. At the present moment, as I'm sure you can see the visuals, he's going through the Guard of Honor, inspecting. It's well received by the Zimbabwean Army.
Ramaphosa ahead of this very meeting.
Thank you so much, Eben. The significance of President Ramaphosa's arrival for this extraordinary summit is critical. As you know, in the recent days, there were skirmishes that did transpire with President Kagame. So, yes, the agenda is the DRC conflict that is obtaining in Goma, and President Ramaphosa's input in this resolution matrix will be critical. South Africa, as you know, has stood to the cause to ensure obtainment of peace in Goma.
Visuals there of the reception of President Cyril Ramaphosa. His Excellency the President of Zimbabwe, E.D. Mnangagwa, who is serving in the capacity of the chairman of the Sadc, heads of state and government, 16 member states there who are expected to have some degree of representation. The tally now brings us to 6 heads of state, and some have sent their representatives to steer the conversation in terms of how Sadc as a bloc can be able to navigate from this point and bring resolve to this 3 decades conflict that has displaced millions of people over the 3 course of decades, I would put it. And of course, 500,000 people have been displaced over the past 6 months, a situation of much contention, a situation of much deliberation. And this extraordinary Sadc summit taking place at Mount Hampton is expected to make some degree of progress. Just 8 weeks ago, we saw a similar meeting taking place at Mount Hampton with the extension of the Sadc forces in Eastern DRC who have been seeking to bring peace and stability to that very region. Now, sadly, 13 soldiers from South Africa passed over the past couple of weeks, and this is an indication of the escalation in terms of the conflict there in Eastern DRC. What we do know at this point is that reports indicate that the M23 have intensified their attacks on Goma since the beginning of the year, capturing nearby towns the likes of Sadc and Minova, and of course in the process killing Major General Peter Chimawani in northern DRC, a situation there and an indication of just how that situation of conflict has escalated and has moved to high levels of conflict in Eastern DRC. Hence, this very summit that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil. We continue with this rolling coverage of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching a rolling coverage of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place on Zimbabwean turf. We have seen several heads of state and government within Sadc touching base, of course, on Zimbabwean soil ahead of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place in Mount Hampton, where we were taking a look at some visuals of a couple of heads of state and government who are making their arrival ahead of the crucial and critical meeting. But what has brought us to this very juncture is the escalation where the conflict in Eastern DRC is concerned, where it is that over the past several weeks we got reports of the capture of Goma, a city in Eastern DRC, as well as the sad demise of one of the governors there in northern DRC, and of course the death of 13 South African soldiers. May their dear souls rest in peace. Now the big question is, what can SADC do at this particular point to avert further escalation, and what kind of processes should be put in place to bring these matters to a position and to a point of resolve? We have our reporters that are spread across Zimbabwe's capital city, Harare, that we have been engaging in conversation with at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport. We have Tafaras Bochiwe, who is giving us an update in terms of who has come through at this particular point. Now we have a VVIP reception point where we witnessed the coming in of the President of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko, the President of Madagascar, His Excellency Andry Rajoelina, the President of Mozambique, His Excellency Daniel Chapo, as well as Her Excellency the President of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, who are in the country. And of course, speaking of the Tanzanian head of state, we saw her arriving at Mount Hampton, where Zimbabwe's new parliament is located, where it is that we have Mugove Chigada, our correspondent, who has been giving us an update as well as a rundown of the key events where today's schedule of events is actually concerned. We saw another envoy making its arrival at Mount Hampton, and before that we saw the arrival of President Emmerson Mnangagwa, who is key to the deliberations of today, as he is the chairman of the 16-member bloc, the SADC. And of course, we are looking forward to getting feedback in terms of what will be the direction that SADC will be taking from this very point. Of course, we also are aware of the exchanges between Rwanda as well as South Africa, where the framing of the narrative or the framing of the resolutions in terms of being able to bring resolve to that conflict there in Eastern DRC. But of course, we will continue to be giving you an update in terms of what's taking place in Mount Hampton and who has arrived there. Now, for insight on perspectives in terms of what this means for SADC, what this means for DRC, and how the bloc will be moving forward from this point, what to expect. I'm joined in studio by Lazarus Sauti, an international relations expert. Mr. Sauti, hello and welcome to this rolling coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit.
Thank you, Eben. Thank you, viewers.
Fantastic. Now, as an icebreaker, the Extraordinary Heads of State and Government Summit in Harare was prompted by the need to address and assess the security situation in the eastern part of DRC, where instability and conflict have become the order of the day. The question would be, what options does the SADC have?
Okay, so the Southern African Development Community as a regional bloc was established to promote, among other things, peace and security in Southern Africa. And as part of the broader South African agenda that is silencing the guns, the Sadc region is there to provide mechanisms that promote peace, that enhances security. And the whole idea of the extraordinary summit is to discuss such issues and come up with stopgap measures that can be effective, especially when it comes to promoting sustainable positive peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo, especially the eastern part of that country. And it is of importance for SADC region to come up with various mechanisms informed by humanitarian intervention, the human security perspective to peace and security, the whole idea being to safeguard human life. Remember, human life, as they say, is sacrosanct and it should be respected. So all the measures should be to protect the lives of ordinary citizens in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have seen that military interventions are failing. They failed and they are still failing. So maybe dialogue and human security interventions are the only viable solutions that are required going forward.
Right, sacrosanct, you say, and yet that seems to elude the 120 plus rebel groups that are fighting in eastern DRC. A good illustration being the M23. The question would be, what are they fighting for?
So you realize that the area of Goma is resource rich, and as such, the issue of the resource scarce comes into play. And when it comes to the issue of resource scarce or the paradox of endowment, the assumption is that resource-rich communities are always in dire poverty, in perpetual conflict, and they suffer from the Dutch disease. People always flock to mining and abandon other key areas like mining, agriculture. Not mining, agriculture, manufacturing, education, health, and other key sectors within the economic spectrum. So the group, the M23 movement, is claiming that it is fighting for the rights of ethnic Tutsis in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And what erupted the current conflict is the fact that the Rwandan army is supporting this M23 group, and it's a source of conflict. It's not an assumption, because the United Nations clearly said the Rwandan army is behind the M23, it is supporting it. And because they are fighting for the exploitation of natural resources, you realize that they are giving weight to the argument that resource-rich communities are always in perpetual conflict. They are fighting for their share of natural resources within that area. And it's something that is worrisome, considering that human lives is at the cost. People are suffering, economic development watered, and food security in dire threat.
Right. Another subject of much conversation is that foreign companies allegedly own vast cobalt mines in the Congo, although were reportedly sold to some Chinese companies. There's a lot of speculation around who owns what and who's doing what, where, when, and how. Now, the DRC has become, of course, a battleground for the most powerful nations in the world. Some contend. What's your assessment of that position, given the geopolitical tensions that we witnessed at a global scale?
There are so many actors that are involved in the DRC conflict, and these actors are both the state and the non-state. And as you alluded, foreign companies are benefiting from natural resources in the Democratic Republic of Congo. They are exploiting the resources for their economic interest, political survival, and other selfish gains, of course. And it is key now for people in the Democratic Republic of Congo to claim their share from the natural resources, but by peaceful means or through peaceful means. We should not encourage violence because it is costly, as we are seeing in the Democratic Republic of Congo. People from Goma region, East Congo, are dying. Soldiers who are trying to maintain peace are also dying. And the question is, dying for what? To save the interest of the elite few, those companies from the global north and from political countries from other global south regions who are benefiting from Congo's natural resources. It's so sad. But the problem is not only in the Democratic Republic of Congo, especially when it comes to the exploitation of natural resources, the illegal extraction of resources and the conflict. You realize that in Mozambique, for instance, the very same issue also triggered the Cabo Delgado conflict. And it's so worrisome, as I said, that we are tolerating people to abuse Africa's natural resources for their selfish gains. And instead of benefiting from the natural resources, local citizens are suffering, and they are now in dire need of help, of which I think the Sadc Troika is going to provide to these people who are desperate for it, desperate for solutions.
Right, taking center stage in this very conversation have been these two countries, DRC as well as Rwanda. Now, the intelligence organizations of these two territories met in Rubavu, and they came up with some kind of an agreement. Do we have insight in terms of what framed the Rubavu agreement despite its collapse?
Yes. Remember, this conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo is a product of a spill-off of the Rwanda ethnic genocide in 1994. So what it means is people from Rwanda, the ethnic group that flocked from Rwanda to Democratic Republic of Congo, are at the center of the current crisis. And the Democratic Republic of Congo, the government is not doing justice to them, because as President Kagame said at one stage, they claim that these Tutsis who are in East Congo are from the Democratic Republic of Congo, then
and another they are from Rwanda.
From Rwanda. So that tussle is triggering the conflict instead of providing mechanisms for solutions, sustainable peace or durable peace. So the framework is the genesis, of course, of the crisis, and maybe the mechanisms that should be put in place to end it. The ceasefire, what should inform the ceasefire? The actors involved, why are the actors not so eager to solve this conflict? Because they are benefiting from it, and they are now trading human blood for selfish reasons.
Right. A worrying report that is coming from the Eastern DRC is that even children are being recruited as fighters, with some as young as 10 participating in this conflict. How worried should the Sadc be about that situation there?
Children, women bear the largest brand of conflicts, and Africa is not aligned to this, because if you research, you see that the problem of child soldiers emanated long before. It started during the colonial period, and children are still used as shield when it comes to conflicts. The elders are sitting back behind, and they are putting children at the forefront of the conflict, maybe for sympathy's sake or for other reasons. And Sadc should deal with that issue. It's an issue of agents, because the rights of children should be protected and safeguarded, and the rights of women should also be protected and safeguarded. Why children and women? Because, as I said, these two groups are always treated as second class, and they bear the largest brand of conflicts. They are the ones who are suffering, and the Sadc should be the voice for them. They should speak on their behalf and demand peace to prevail in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Right, let's talk about the economic implications of this very conflict and the toll that it is having on Sadc as a bloc.
Conflicts are costly, as we discussed earlier. So they destroy buildings, they destroy infrastructure, they cost human life, especially when it comes to direct violence. Direct violence is so bloody. So the economic impact is that developmental activities, economic activities are being stored in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and who is suffering? Obvious ordinary citizens, because their lives are at stake, their lives are hindered, they are not moving, trade is suffering. So when it comes to regional integration, trade between countries, you realize that conflicts also affect that important sector, a vehicle of development, not only in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but in other parts of Southern Africa. So it is key for political leaders, political actors in the Sadc region to deal with that issue again, to dissect the impact of the conflict, especially its impact on trade, its impact on regional integration, its impact on issues to do with the social cohesion, not only in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but in Africa as a whole.
Right. Let's dig deeper in terms of the options that are at the disposal of Sadc, starting with prolonging the mission of the Sadc Armed Forces in Eastern DRC. Are there enough resources mobilized by the Sadc bloc to carry out that mission beyond November?
Very interesting question. So I was listening to this interview, the discussion that was held by the United Nations regarding its mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And one of the key issues that were raised in that discussion was the issue of financial support. So you realize that troops are there in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but they are not adequately supported. And what it is needed now is to up our game in terms of financial support. The Sadc must up its game in terms of supporting the troops that are in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I want to believe only 3 countries send their troops there.
Right.
And it's disheartening considering that people, thousands, are suffering and are being displaced on a daily basis. But what are we doing as people to safeguard human life, to protect human security within that area? Zero. Extending or prolonging the mission is not...
Just to jump in there, we now cross over to Mount Hampton, where proceedings appear to have started, and just to get insight in terms of what exactly is happening there and what the situation on the ground is. We are seeing members of the Secretariat taking, of course, to the podium, an indication that formal proceedings should be kicking start any moment from now. And of course, we will be engaging in conversation with our correspondent on the ground, Mugove Chigada. We had quite a comprehensive conversation with him early on, and we expect to receive further insights in terms of what is taking place and what to expect. But of course, at this point, what we know is that we should be receiving initial information from the chief of the Sadc Secretariat, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, as well as from the Sadc Chair, President Emerson Mnangagwa. Now let's take a look at the visuals from Parliament.
Diversity and shared beauty in nature, music, and art. A Sadc that invests in its young people. After all, the future is in their hands. A Sadc that innovates and conquers technology. A Sadc inovakwa nebene bayo. Sadc yakiwa nabanikazi bayo. Sadc is built by none but ourselves. Let's build the Sadc we want. You, me, all of us. Sadc united and stronger together. I am ED, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. That allows people-to-people contact. A Sadc that allows industrialization and trade among our people. A Sadc that extracts its vast mineral resources to benefit its people through beneficiation. A Sadc that embraces its diversity and shared beauty in nature, music, and art. A Sadc that invests in its young people. After all, the future is in their hands. A Sadc that innovates and conquers technology. A Sadc inovakwa nebene bayo. Sadc yakiwa nabanikazi bayo. Sadc is built by none but ourselves. Let's build the Sadc we want. You, me, all of us. Sadc united and stronger together. I am ED, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. What is the Sadc we want? A Sadc that is food secure. Investment in agriculture should be a primary objective of every Sadc country. Mechanization of agriculture, smart agriculture. A Sadc that promotes infrastructural development and connectivity that allows people-to-people contact. A Sadc that allows industrialization and trade among our people. A Sadc that extracts its vast mineral resources to benefit its people through beneficiation. A Sadc that embraces its diversity and shared beauty in nature, music, and art. A Sadc that invests in its young people. After all, the future is in their hands. A Sadc that innovates and conquers technology. A Sadc inovakwa nevene vayo. iSadc yakhiwa ngabanikazi bayo. Sadc is built by none but ourselves. Let's build the Sadc we want. You, me, all of us. Sadc united and stronger together. I am ED, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. What is the Sadc we want? A Sadc that is food secure. Investment in agriculture should be a primary objective of every Sadc country. Mechanization of agriculture, smart agriculture. A Sadc that promotes infrastructural development and connectivity that allows people-to-people contact. A Sadc that allows industrialization.
there, of course, visuals coming through from Mount Hampton, where, of course, Zimbabwe's new parliament is located. And there we are seeing heads of state and government who are posing for a group photo. It's tradition that whenever it is that they meet before they engage in conversations and deliberations, that photo session is had, and it's a signal of unity. Sadc united, as is said by Zimbabwean head of state and government, and that photo session is done. We are seeing in that very frame the president of South Africa exchanging conversation, and of course a lighter moment with Zimbabwean president Emmerson Mnangagwa. Now they just finished their photo session and they're making way into parliament. Several heads of state there were in the frame. Head of state for Tanzania, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, Mozambican President, His Excellency Daniel Chapo, Madagascar President Andre Rajoelina, President of Botswana, there, of course, His Excellency Duma Boko, and we're seeing security forces being a part and parcel of the proceedings there as they make their way into the Zimbabwean parliament for the much anticipated meeting that should bring us a result in terms of how Sadc will be moving on from this very point and dealing with the conflict in Eastern DRC. 8 weeks ago, this very body met in the same venue to discuss the extension of the Sadc forces mission in Eastern DRC be right up to November of 2025. And we are seeing a similar gathering in the same venue 8 weeks later to discuss the escalation of that conflict in Eastern DRC. 13 South African soldiers were killed. Now back to the Parliament, we are seeing, of course, all the participants up on their feet in salutation of the heads of state that are making their way in, and we are seeing the chairman of the Sadc bloc, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, taking to the podium and readying, of course, to lead the proceedings
by
there.
the Sadc anthem, union in that order. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated, Your Excellencies. Thank you once more, Chitungwiza Harmony Singers and St. Mary's School Choir for the anthems. My name is Barbara Lopi from the Sadc Secretariat, Communications and Public Relations. I will be directing this ceremony. Before I go into my directing of the ceremony, I just want to mention a few housekeeping in terms of the language and interpretation. We have the gadgets on our tables, and the English is on channel 2, French is on channel 3, Portuguese is on channel 4, and Kiswahili is on channel 5. And also just to mention that the rows behind their heads of states are going to use the microphones for speaking only, the ones which are in front of them, but we'll use the handsets that are provided on the desk for listening in. And the channels, once more, is 2 for English, 3 for French, 4 for Portuguese, and 5 for Kiswahili. Once more, welcome to the extraordinary Sadc Summit of Heads of State and Government. The Sadc Summit is responsible for the overall policy direction and control of functions of the community, ultimately making it the policy-making institution. Without further ado, allow me to introduce the distinguished delegates, their excellencies, heads of state or representatives that are present here. Up here, I'll start with the chairperson, our host, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of Sadc. Shall we applause for the heads of state? Thank you. In our midst, we also have Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is also the chairperson of the Sadc Organ on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation. We have His Excellency Andry Rajoelina, the President of the Republic of Madagascar and the incoming chairperson of Sadc. We have joining us virtually His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia and outgoing chairperson of the Sadc Organ on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation. Also participating virtually, His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. In the room, we have His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, the President of the Republic of Botswana. His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. The Right Honorable Samuel Nsokwane Matekane, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Honorable Tulisile Gladla, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. His Excellency Ambassador Tete Antonio, Minister of External Relations of the Republic of Angola. Honorable Nancy Tembo, MP, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Malawi. Honorable Francis Kapofi, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs of the Republic of Namibia. I would like to also recognize the chairperson of the Sadc Council of Ministers, Honorable Professor Amon Muwira, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe. All honorable ministers who are represented here, you are recognized. And I would like to recognize also His Excellency Mr. Elias Makhosi, the Executive Secretary of Sadc. We do have also senior officials from the Sadc member states that are present here, secretariat staff, and members of the media. You are all very welcome to this meeting, official opening of the extraordinary Sadc Summit of Heads of State and Government. Our program will be as follows. We will start with introductory remarks from the Executive Secretary of Sadc, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mpedi Makhosi, who will then invite the Chairperson of Sadc, His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, to deliver welcome remarks and officially open the meeting. Thereafter, we will request the press to be excused so that the meeting can continue in closed session, and we will have a moment with the press again during the closing session where the communique will be delivered. At this point, allow me to invite the Executive Secretary of Sadc, His Excellency Mr. Elias Makhosi, to deliver the remarks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara Lopi, our Director of Proceedings. Your Excellency, Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of Sadc. Your Excellency, Mr. André Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and incoming Chairperson of Sadc. Your Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and Chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government and their representatives, Honorable Professor Amon Muwira, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the Chairperson of the Sadc Council of Ministers. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers in our midst, senior officials and heads of our security institutions, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. It is a great honor and privilege, Your Excellencies, for me to welcome you to this extraordinary summit of heads of state and government of the Southern African Development Community, or Sadc, here in Harare, Republic of Zimbabwe, the land of wonders. This summit has been convened urgently to discuss the deteriorating security situation in Eastern DRC. It is a situation that requires urgent intervention and our collective efforts to restore normalcy and ensure security of the Sadc mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, SAMI DRC, the FRDC, and the civilians in the area of operation. First and foremost, I would like to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and our Chair, for convening and hosting this extraordinary Sadc Summit at short notice. It is the second extraordinary Sadc Summit in a space of about 2 months to discuss the situation in Eastern DRC, following an earlier extraordinary Sadc Summit held on 20th November of last year. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson of SADC, His Excellency Dr. Mnangagwa, the government, and the people of the Republic of Zimbabwe for consistently stepping up to host our head of state and government at such short notices. I also wish to thank all heads of state and government for sparing time from their very tight and demanding schedules to attend this crucial meeting. Your presence here today reflects your undeniable concern to the situation in DRC and the collective desire by yourselves for a swift and worthwhile intervention at the very highest level of our regional organization. Before I proceed with my introductory remarks, I wish to take this opportunity to recognize and extend our warmest welcome, Your Excellencies, and heartfelt congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, for assuming the highest office in Mozambique on the 15th of January this year as the country's 5th President. Your Excellency, we look forward to benefit from your wisdom, your counsel, and valuable insights to sharpen and enhance our region's integration and development agenda, including matters of peace, security, and stability in our region. We welcome you, sir. Your Excellencies, SADC has been a long-standing partner and a staunch advocate for lasting peace, security, and stability in Eastern DRC. It will be recalled that in December of 2023, our region deployed the SAMI DRC to support the government of the DRC to restore peace and security in the eastern part of the country. It is also worth noting that way before the deployment of SAMI DRC, SADC troop contributing countries, namely Malawi, South Africa, and United Republic of Tanzania, had been active in Eastern DRC since 2013 as part of the Force Intervention Brigade under the auspices of MONUSCO, still to restore peace and security. Throughout this period, SADC has remained one of the guarantors of peace, security, and cooperation framework for DRC and the Great Lakes region, which aims to build stability by addressing the root causes of conflict in Eastern DRC. Our regional support has always been grounded on the principles enshrined in the SADC Treaty, the SADC Protocol on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation, and the SADC Mutual Defense Pact, which place responsibility on our regional body to maintain peace and stability as the necessary preconditions for the attainment of sustainable development and regional integration. Your Excellencies, in the last few weeks, we have witnessed intensified attacks by the M23 armed group on SAMI DRC and the armed forces of the DRC bases, leading to the loss of 16 members of our troops and multiple casualties, now more than 70 as we speak. All these attacks came against the backdrop of an agreed ceasefire, which was brokered through the Luanda process led by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, the President of the Republic of Angola, and the African Union champion for peace and reconciliation in the continent. With its consistent support for political and diplomatic interventions to resolve the conflict, SADC had hoped that the said ceasefire would yield a meaningful and visible cessation of hostilities in Eastern DRC to prevent more losses and improve the dire humanitarian situation in the area. I wish to report to Excellencies that I have been in constant communication with the leadership of SAMI DRC, including this morning, and we must appreciate that despite all devastating attacks on SAMI DRC operational bases, our troops have successfully defended their positions. we commend the leadership of SAMI-DRC and the men and women who serve under the SAMI-DRC for their resilience, commitment, devotion to the noble cause of restoring peace and security in the country and the Sadc region at large. I wish to extend our sincere condolences to the countries and families of those who lost their lives in the mission. We also wish a speedy recovery to those troops who are injured. I wish to sincerely thank all member states for their solidarity, sacrifice, and support to the SAMI-DRC, and by extension to the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellencies, the agenda of this summit has been informed by the outcome of the extraordinary summit of the Organ Troika, plus troop contributing countries, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, which was held on the 28th of this month under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, as the chairperson of the organ. Given the urgency and gravity of the current security situation in the DRC, the Extraordinary Organ Troika Summit felt the need for this summit to reevaluate our collective response towards the restoration of peace and security in the DRC. I have no doubt, Your Excellencies, that decisions from this summit will reflect our long-standing commitment and support to the people of the DRC and our broader quest to make a meaningful impact on security and stability in the region and in the continent. Your Excellencies, this region has been known for its peaceful coexistence or peaceful existence and remains a beacon of hope for citizens of our countries and for our continent, which is plagued by conflict and instability in other parts. SADC must do all it can to protect and preserve this peace that is so elusive nowadays and very costly to restore once lost. I believe that a great deal of our focus and efforts should be targeted at sustainable solutions that build on this very foundation that has consistently defined our region. With these few remarks, please allow me, Your Excellencies, to humbly invite the chairperson of SADC, His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, to officially open the extraordinary summit. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Asante sana. Tatenda siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. In absentia, His Majesty King Mswati III, King of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and incoming Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and outgoing Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency Dr. Samia Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and Chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Your Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi and incoming Chairperson of the organ, Your Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia and outgoing Chairperson of the organ, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and Honorable Ministers who are here, the SADC Executive Secretary, Your Excellency Mr. Elias Magosi, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, Your Excellencies, summit to discuss the dire situation in the Eastern DRC I thank you all for taking time to attend this meeting, which was convened on short notice. I trust that you have found the facilities available to you suitable. I extend a special revolutionary welcome to His Excellency Comrade Daniel Francisco Chapo, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. As a region, we look forward to working with you in enhancing regional peace, security, and integration, as well as our collective development agenda for our region. Your Excellencies, regrettably, since our last meeting, very little progress has been made in our search for lasting peace in the Eastern DRC, which is now characterized by escalating hostilities and conflict. This culminated in the unfortunate and atrocious attacks carried out on our mission in Goma that claimed the lives of several Sami DRC and MONUSCO peacekeepers, while others sustained serious injuries. On behalf of Sadc, the government and people of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to convey our heartfelt condolences and deepest sympathies to the member states and families of the brave men and women who lost their lives in the service of the people of DRC, the Sadc region, and indeed the cause of continental and world peace. Our condolences also extend to the families of the non-combatant victims who have lost their lives as a result of this conflict. May the souls of the departed rest in eternal peace. May I invite us all to rise as we observe a moment of silence in honor of our fallen grandsons and daughters. May we take our seats. Your Excellencies, last November 2024, we met in an extraordinary session endorsing the extension of Summit DRC. We meet today to seek lasting solutions to the challenges faced in the Eastern DRC. I commend the contributions made by fellow member states and the Sadc Secretariat in ensuring our collective security. May we as member states continue to do all we can to support our gallant men and women in the theater of operations and ensure that Summit DRC achieves its important objective. Your Excellencies, I wish to thank the chairperson of the Sadc Troika, Her Excellency President Samir Hassan, and the other members of the Troika, as well as troop contributing countries, for having convened in Dar es Salaam to deliberate on this important matter. As we deliberate the humanitarian crisis stemming from the prevailing armed conflict in Eastern DRC. The Sadc appreciates the support rendered by international cooperating partners in response to the critical needs of the displaced populations. However, more must be done to alleviate that situation. The people of the Eastern DRC have suffered for far too long. Further, Sadc condemns in the strongest terms the attacks by aggressor forces. While we pause to mourn our loss, our resolve to ensure collective security cannot be shaken. The importance of dialogue and peace building for the benefit of the people of the Eastern DRC must be boldly pursued. To this end, our region stands ready to intensify our efforts to protect the Sadc citizens from all forms of instability in line with the Sadc Mutual Defense Pact. The peace and security of our region is a shared obligation. I therefore call upon us all to leverage on this important meeting by engaging in frank and fact-based deliberations. Our political will must be strengthened towards a concrete and actionable roadmap that will help accelerate the realization of peace in the Eastern DRC. I wish the summit fruitful deliberations. With these remarks, it is my distinct pleasure and honor to declare this extraordinary summit officially open. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished Excellencies, will now allow their Excellencies to continue in a closed session. And at this point, we are requesting the members of the press for the states to be excused. Thank you. Also, just to announce that this meeting, attendance to this meeting is on a 1+5 configuration. Member states delegation that are more than 1+5, the excess may also be excused. Thank you.
What is the Sadc we want?
And we, just a moment ago, were taking a look at the delivery of the opening remarks by the Executive Secretary of the Sadc bloc, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, as well as the initial remarks, of course, the opening remarks rather, by Zimbabwean Head of State and Government, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, in the capacity through from those two chief leaders of the Sadc bloc, who, of course, gave us insights in terms of what then frames this very extraordinary Sadc meeting. And key to note there from the discourse presented by President Emmerson Mnangagwa was the fact that this was initiated by a meeting held on the 28th of this very month by the Troika organ on defense, peace and security in Tanzania, which then called for collective effort and collective engagement by all the member states where, of course, matters of peace and security in the region are concerned, hence this very meeting. So now what we do know is that a closed session will be commencing any moment from now as the different leaders from the 16 member states get to engage, of course, in that particular conversation. Now, what we do know is that we have 6 heads of state and governments that are in attendance physically. President Mnangagwa from Zimbabwe, President Samia Hassan Suluhu from Tanzania, President Andre Rajoelina from Madagascar, President Cyril Ramaphosa from South Africa, President Daniel Chapo from Mozambique, and President Duma Boko from Botswana, Felix Tshisekedi from the Democratic Republic of Congo, deputies from Eswatini and Lesotho. These are Deputy Prime Minister and Prime Minister respectively of those territories. The rest of the countries are representatives by various ministers in different serving capacities who are a part and parcel of the proceedings here in Mount Hampton, of course, on Zimbabwean soil. Now, still with us in conversation is Mr. Lazarus Sauti, an international relations expert, helping us to decipher the key deliberations as well as the key remarks from President Emmerson Mnangagwa, the chairman of the Sadc bloc, as well as the executive secretary, His Excellency Elias Mahosi. Mr. Sauti, much there to engage on, but before we get deep into the subject of today's agenda, congratulatory messages coming from His Excellency Elias Mahosi and His Excellency Emmerson Mnangagwa to the incumbent president of Mozambique, His Excellency Daniel Chapo.
Yes, Daniel Chapo is the recently elected president of Mozambique, and we saw that there were skirmishes before his inauguration. The conflict that was caused by opposition political actors, supporters of the opposition leader, claiming that the election was manipulated, and because he is now the leader after the inauguration process, it is of importance for His Excellency President Emmerson Mnangagwa, as the chairman of Sadc, to congratulate him and as a new member or a new addition, a new baby to the Sadc regional bloc. This is his first meeting after the Mozambican election. So congratulations to Daniel Chapo.
Right. From here, let's start by taking a look at the key takeaways from the speech presented by President Mnangagwa as chairman of the Sadc. He said, we condemn in the strongest terms possible the attacks on the Sami DRC forces in eastern DRC, and of course a moment of silence observed there, heralded by President Emmerson Mnangagwa. What are your sentiments with regards what he presented there?
His presentation is anchored on collective security. injure one, injure all concept when it comes to peace and security. And as we discussed earlier on, we said what is of importance in the Democratic Republic of Congo is human security, humanitarian intervention, as well as the responsibility to protect the citizens from being massacred by mercenaries, militant groups, and other actors. And the sentiments by His Excellency to that effect, that whatever is happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo, human life should be saved and should be protected. Not only protected, but also promoted, because the issue of human security is anchored on personal security. People are dying in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It is also anchored on food security. Conflict disrupts access to food, and it's a worrisome issue that was also covered in the sentiments by His Excellency President Mnangagwa. And the conflict is also disrupting the environmental as well as community security in that area. And all those issues are not only affecting the personal security of individuals, because they are not only dying, but they are also being displaced. Right. And because of that, the issues to do with the cultural rights, the issues to do with the social cohesion, the issues to do with the unit, peace, development and governance are disturbed.
Right. The Sadc Mutual Defense Pact taking center stage there in the presentation by President Emerson Mnangagwa. Quite a firm position, you would take it, and perhaps an indication of what to expect from the deliberations of today.
Exactly. So you realize that the whole idea, the purpose in life of the deliberations that we are ongoing right now is number one, protection of citizens in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then number two, the protection of citizens and infrastructure in the Democratic Republic of Congo. People should have access to food. They should have access to medicine. They should have access to their community. Remember, we're talking about communal peace here. We're talking about the peace of mind. We're talking about the community security as well. So the statements by the president are to the effect that we should strive as the regional bloc to make sure that the peace is guaranteed, and all threats against human security are dealt with. And I think that is the most important thing right now. People in the Democratic Republic of Congo are crying for that. They are crying for durable peace. They are crying for positive peace, peace that is anchored on that cultural aspect of security, peace that respects attitudes that are pro-peace, and institutions that are also pro-peace. And the Defense Pact is a key component, a key ingredient of that process. The pact is there to ensure that the peace and security are achieved in conflict zones.
Right. Some sentiments from the Executive Secretary, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, who said, and I quote, that there is a deteriorating security situation in Eastern DRC. Quite a loaded statement, I would put it, and critical to what we can expect where this conversation is concerned. The question is, what options do you read from the statements uttered there by His Excellency Elias Mahosi?
The first option is a collaboration among actors. You realize that right now there is a tiff between the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa and his Rwandan counterpart, His Excellency Paul Kagame, and that diplomatic tiff is not good for the deteriorating situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. One fact that remains is people are dying, and what is required right now in the Democratic Republic of Congo is peace, and not an exchange of words between political actors. So collaboration among actors is key if the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is to be improved. So the first option. Then the second option is dialogue. Conflicting parties should sit on the same table and discuss about the problems affecting people in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And dialogue is the only way that can stimulate trust between conflicting parties. It is a bridge builder between conflicting parties. It can enhance access to information and maybe clear all the issues of mistrust amongst political actors. Then another option that is key to end the impasse in the Democratic Republic of Congo, to deal with that long complex conflict is, of course, investing in governance infrastructure. We cannot run away from the fact that the eastern side of the Democratic Republic of Congo is endowed with natural resources, but people are living in abject poverty, and natural resources are at the center of the conflict, and who is benefiting from these natural resources? So the government of DRC should invest in developmental activities. It should empower people, lift them from abject poverty, and ensure that all the problems that are currently bedeviling people in the Democratic Republic of Congo are dealt with. Then maybe another part of the cocktail for options is support, financial and material, from the Sadc, from the Eastern African Community, as well as the United Nations. When it comes to the United Nations, especially through its organ, the United Nations Security Council, as the board that is responsible for peace and security in the world, we are expecting these actors to play a more advanced, proactive role in stimulating peace processes in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And these roles must include partnering with the African Union and strengthening the peace and security architecture of the African Union to completely deal with not only the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but conflict zones in Southern Africa. In Africa, as a continent, the general feeling, especially from the global north, is Africa is a continent of conflicts, and I think it's not a good framing. We have to define ourselves as progressive people, people who are also eager to use their natural resources to stimulate development and deal with all issues that threaten peace and security.
Right. You mentioned the subject of framing, where Africa has been framed as a dark continent for the longest of time. Much noise is made about the conflict in Ukraine. Much is said about the conflict in Israel, and of course its neighbors, but it seems as though not much attention has been paid where the DRC conflict is concerned.
Yes, because when it comes to Africa, we are treated as the third world, and our voices are not heard. In fact, most African countries, if I can rightfully say, lack agents when it comes to dealing with issues that affect us, conflict, hunger, poverty, diseases, and it's worrisome. So you realize that we are expecting the global north, countries from the developed world, to speak on our behalf whilst we are laying our hands and whilst we are closing our mouth, which is said. So for us to have an advanced role in dealing with our problems, in solving our problems, African solutions to African problems, it's a high time our leaders should be on the forefront of telling our stories. But they cannot tell a depressing, negative story. So what it means is they have to develop economies first. And after developing our economies, they have to deal with all the triggers of conflict within and across the South African region, that is Sadc bloc, the ECOWAS, the Eastern African Community. And from there now we can simply say we are at a position of telling our story and defending it at the global level. The other issue that we should discuss even is the issue of infrastructure in Africa, infrastructure in terms of road, infrastructure in terms of peace and security, infrastructure in terms of development. We should invest in governance infrastructures. We should tell our own stories from an African perspective, but for us to do so is that we should develop an African peace building model, the model that is rooted in issues to do with Ubuntu, the humanist part. Human beings should be at the center of all the issues that are affecting Africa today, and that can stimulate peace, security, development in the continent.
This conflict has been taking place for a long time. And there's been the deployment of the SAMI DRC, framed, of course, of Malawi, South Africa, as well as Tanzania. And according to His Excellency Elias Mahosi, 70 members of the SAMI DRC have fallen victim and have died in the process, sadly. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Let's talk about the aspect of resource mobilization. You spoke of a model in terms of fundraising for the continuity of this military engagement in Eastern DRC. By any chance, could there be the possibility of the subject of resource mobilization toward this cause where this very meeting is concerned?
Yes, but let's begin with this issue of 3 countries sending their troops out of a possible 16.
16.
Yes, it's depressing, and I think that is the first problem, especially when it comes to human resource, human support in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Our expectations as advocates for peace, of course, because we are expecting the Sadc region to deal with the problem, and the only viable solution after dealing with the problem is long-lasting peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So our expectation is that most countries should send their troops in support of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then afterwards, financial resource should follow. Right now, the army wing of the Democratic Republic of Congo is underfunded and is in dire situation. I was reading somewhere indicating that those guys are being paid $100 per month, whilst the mercenaries who were hired by the DRC leadership.
Is that speaking to the DRC army?
Yes, the DRC army, the personnel getting 100 USD per month, whilst mercenaries are getting something like $5,000. It's a source of conflict on its own. Remember, these guys from Democratic Republic of Congo should be at the forefront of defending their sovereignty.
Their own turf, their own territory.
Yes, defending the citizens, defending the infrastructure, national infrastructure, defending citizens, but they are being neglected. And who is benefiting? external actors. So the issue of resources is very key. Resources from the DRC government to its army, resources from the Sadc region to troops that are defending the sovereignty of the Democratic Republic of Congo. But when it comes to the political economy of conflict, you realize that interests are at the center. Actors are selfish. They pursue their interest first. And chances are very high that all the actors in the Democratic Republic of Congo are there for their personal gain. And it is also something that should be discussed openly during the ongoing sessions at Mount Hapton.
Right. There has been the collapse of the ceasefire agreement and the collapse or the violation of the Luanda process right up to this point. The question would be, to what extent will dialogue bear fruit at this point for the conflict in Eastern DRC?
Yeah, let's have two paradigms here. The human security paradigm and the orthodox one, the realist one, the state-centered security paradigm. You realize that the political option is not working, to be honest. We are investing in the military intervention, but it is not working. So dialogue is an alternative. It can be the solution, in quote, the solution. Why am I saying so? Dialogue, as I said before, can build bridges. It can deal with all misconception regarding the conflict, and the dialogue can enhance access to information. What are the triggers to the conflict? Who are the actors? Who is backing the actors? Who is benefiting from the conflict? And if all the actors are sincere, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sadc member states, EAC,
Eastern
African Community, as well as the African continent at large, through the African Union, if they are really sincere about solving the DRC conflict, they have to sit, collaborate, engage, deal with the triggers of the conflict. And
my next question was going to be, what is stopping the African Union from summoning members from the EAC, the Sadc, in one meeting and discussing this issue, coming up with a solution that deals with this long conflict?
Interest. So you realize that the Democratic Republic of Congo is in Eastern Africa, but it is a member of the Sadc bloc. And when it comes to dealing with it, I was following interesting insights from the Rwandan leader, Paul Kagame, arguing that DRC moved from the East African community because, in quotes, the leaders, Democratic Republic of Congo leaders, felt during that time that their objectives were not being met. And they flocked to the Sadc region and requested support. And I think in 1998, Zimbabwe supported DRC. We are seeing right now Malawi, South Africa, Tanzania are also supporting DRC as members of the Sadc regional grouping. So that statement was also followed by his issue of Cyril Ramaphosa, the leader of South Africa, as a pretender in trying to negotiate peace as a peacemaker, a mediator in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So you realize that there are issues of mistrust between actors in
this very process.
Yes, and because of the ethnicity issue that is also triggering the conflict, because remember, some of the guys who are in East Africa from Rwanda, some are from Burundi, and some were born in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That complex issue is also forcing maybe the AU to fold her hands, especially when it comes to dealing with that problem. Then the other problem, especially when it comes to conflicts in Africa, when it comes to conflicts everywhere in the world, is the issue of territorial integrity, the principle of sovereignty. You have to respect borders, you have to respect boundaries, but why should we respect borders when thousands are being displaced? Why should we invest borders when people are dying? That issue should be part and parcel of the discussion, not only of the Sadc leaders, but of the AU leaders as well. What should we do?
What should we do?
Continent when it comes to the responsibility to protect citizens? Should we respect borders or citizens? So the limitations of the responsibility to protect are also hindering the AU from assisting people in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
And yes, it is. It is very much a cause for concern. Let's talk about the withdrawal of the UN security forces in the course of 2024, should I say in the earlier parts of 2024, and what that means where these efforts are concerned. Their withdrawal, a sign of surrender, or a sign at that time that progress had been made, or resource issues. What then do you read from the stance that the United Nations Security Forces took?
Yeah, okay, when it comes to issues of peace building, the expectations are that citizens should be protected. After that phase of protecting the citizens, they should be empowered. And after empowering, we have to make sure that peace building mechanisms, peace building infrastructures are intact. So you realize that the withdrawal of the United Nations mission, MONUSCO, was detrimental, especially in the eastern side of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Detrimental. Why? Because after their withdrawal, we saw the escalation of the conflict, and we are now seeing that the city of Goma is captured, has taken. The M23 is occupying that city.
They've taken over.
They've taken over that city right now. And the African Union is not doing enough to protect the citizens. The Democratic Republic of Congo deserves the right to be protected by the United Nations. They also deserve the right to be protected by the African Union. But my point, especially concerning this issue, is for us as Africans to invest in our infrastructure.
Governance infrastructure.
Governance infrastructure, yes. Infrastructure of protecting citizens. The time is now for us to utilize our natural resources and use the proceeds from our natural resources to protect our citizens. We should not cry for the withdrawal of the UN mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In fact, we should demand an increase of support from the African Union in the Democratic Republic of Congo, because the DRC is a babe of the AU. And the AU as the parent is doing nothing whilst the child is crying.
Right, DRC as a baby there. Let's talk about the displacement. Millions of people creating a humanitarian crisis from that particular front. To what extent has the Sadc been a solution bearer in addressing that very situation there?
focus is mostly on people who are being killed in the Democratic Republic of Congo, not there are thousands that are being displaced. No one is amplifying their voices, especially in terms of health security, in terms of food security, in terms of community security, environmental security, personal security. And you realize that most, if not all, people who are displaced from the eastern side of Democratic Republic of Congo are suffering because of these insecurities. So Sadc is not investing much in human security provisions, especially in conflict zones, not only in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but in conflict zones. We hearing their voices in terms of political rhetoric. Thousands are being displaced, and the humanitarian situation is now dire. But what exactly are they doing to lift the mood of those who are displaced and to protect them?
What exactly are they doing to deal with this dire situation? Lazarus Sauti, an international relations expert, joining us on this rolling coverage of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. You are watching a rolling coverage of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit 2025 that is taking place on Zimbabwean turf. We were in conversation just a moment ago with Lazarus Sauti, an international relations expert, deciphering the sentiment from the executive secretary of the Sadc bloc, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, as well as the sentiments from the Sadc leader in the capacity of the chairperson of the bloc, His Excellency the President of Zimbabwe, Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. Now we are joined by Sharon Munjenjema, who is right at where it's happening at Mount Hampton at Zimbabwe's new parliament, to give us an update in terms of what is happening there. Good evening, Sharon. What is the latest?
Good evening, Eben. We just came out of the opening ceremony of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit a few minutes ago, where we saw the Sadc Executive Chair, Mr. Magosi, giving his opening remarks, and of course also the Sadc Chairperson, that's President Emmerson Mnangagwa, also giving his opening remarks. And from what the chairman said, they are hoping that this meeting will probably give lasting solutions to the issue of the DRC, knowing that this meeting was brought about the disturbances that just happened in the last few weeks. But as for now, we are just outside. All the delegates, all the personnel.
Closing remarks. Is there a time frame, or we just wait blindly, I'd put it?
Well, at the moment, I guess we are just waiting blindly, because if you look at the program that we had been given today, it was indicated that the program was supposed to start around 2 p.m. today, but we only saw the opening remarks being presented around 4 p.m. So I guess we are still here for a very long time, but we don't know how long the deliberations are going to take. We are just waiting to be called back.
We are here waiting for a very long time. Key sentiments there coming through from Sharon. Sharon, thank you for giving us that update. We will continue to be following the activities there. And of course, we'll have conversations with Sharon later on this live and rolling broadcast of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit. Sharon, thank you. Well, of course, we continue with our broadcast as we look into the teensy-weенsies of the deliberations that are taking place this very evening here. Now we take a look at an explanation of the DRC conflict presented by Faith Nyaude.
Hello and welcome. You are watching Z10 Prime DSTV channel 294. Now, today Sadc heads of state meet and convene in the capital Harare to talk about the situation that is going on in the DRC. This emergency meeting was necessitated by the fact that the crisis in DRC has escalated over the past few weeks. We give you the latest on this crisis in DRC. My name is Faith Nyaude. The latest reports from Goma in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, popularly known as DRC, from UN teams on the ground, are indicating a fast deteriorating situation amid an ongoing assault by M23 rebels on the provincial capital. There are urgent calls from the international community, including Security Council in New York, demanding an immediate halt to M23 rebel offensives and calling for the group to withdraw from territories that it has seized. The ambassadors reiterated their support for the UN peacekeeping force in the DRC, MONUSCO, and paid tribute to the Blue Helmets who have lost their lives from South Africa, Malawi and Uruguay in the last few days. 13 members from the South African Defence Forces have died fighting M23 rebels in DRC. Before the latest escalation in violence in eastern DRC's Kivus, some 5.1 million people had already been displaced by years of insecurity in the mineral-rich region and forced to live in overcrowded camps with little food and no security. Since the renewed M23 offences near Goma on the 23rd of January in 2025, hundreds of thousands of people have once again been forced to flee multiple active conflict zones, with reception and assistance capacities already being overstretched. Several displacement sites on the outskirts of Goma, hosting more than 300,000 people, have completely been emptied within hours. The M23 rebel group has declared the key city of Goma under its control, signaling a serious escalation in the years-long conflict. Now, what happened then as we led up to the recent events? So we give you a rundown of this. M23 intensified its offensive in Goma since the beginning of the year, capturing some nearby towns like Sadc and Minova along the way. Major General Peter Siriwami, North Kivu's governor, was shot by M23 fighters when visiting the front line on the 24th of January in 2025. He was airlifted to the capital of Kinshasa for possible treatment abroad, but he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries, according to Army spokesperson General Sylvie Ekenge. At a UN Security Council emergency meeting that was held on Sunday, officials then condemned the M23 advance and confirmed that 13 peacekeepers were killed from Friday into Saturday. South Africa said 9 of its soldiers were killed for trying to fend off M23's advance on Goma, while the UN said 3 Malawian soldiers and 1 Uruguayan was also killed. Bintou Keita, the UN Special Representative to the DRC, said that non-essential staff had begun evacuating, but warned that they were trapped, as M23 declared the airspace over Goma closed and the roads to the city were also blocked. However, DRC Rural Development Minister Muhindo Nzangi said that the Congolese army was in control of 80% of Goma, and Rwanda troops were either on the city's outskirts or back across the border. Now, the other question that has been of great importance, or that many people have been asking, is how is Rwanda involved in the conflict? Well, the DRC government and the UN are accusing Rwanda of supporting M23 with soldiers and weapons in a bid to control the mineral-rich eastern DRC. Rwanda denies the charge and then accuses the DRC of harboring members of the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, a rebel group that was involved in the 1999 Rwandan genocide. UN experts say that Rwanda has thousands of troops in the region which have been operating alongside the rebels. Why is the city Goma important? Why has there been so much fighting just in that city alone? Well, Goma is home to about 2 million people, and it is a key regional hub for trade, security, as well as humanitarian efforts. It is alleged that M23 rebels has controlled Congo's coltan mining region of Rubaya for more than a year, generating an estimated $800,000 per month through a production tax, according to the United Nations. The mineral coltan is used in the production of smartphones as well as other equipment. Experts believe that the group's advance will allow it to acquire more revenue through mining. Diamond and gold, diamond and cassiterite are all minerals that are found in this mineral-rich city of Goma. M23 briefly controlled Goma in 2012, but now it claims to once again be in full control. Since 2021, DRC forces have been supported by troops from neighboring Burundi as well as UN peacekeepers in keeping the rebels away from the city. A lightning advance in Congo's mineral-rich eastern borderlines is set to boost the M23's rebellion in illegal mining revenues, with analysts predicting some sort of a further surge in illicit trade in minerals, including coltan and gold, through neighboring Rwanda. Congo is rich in gold, tin, titanium, tungsten that is mostly mined in relatively small artisanal mines. Goma itself is a key transit point for these metals. According to the International Tin Association, some 200 to 250 tons of tin concentrate are moving through Goma monthly, with the Goma customs crossing between DRC and Rwanda, a key route to the Tanzanian port of Dar es Salaam and onto international markets. Since 2022, the M23 rebels have controlled areas in the corridor between Lake Edward and Lake Kivu, at times disrupting flows, according to the ITA. Experts say precious metals have long been smuggled out of North Kivu into neighboring Rwanda and Uganda, a charge the countries deny. M23 rebels seized Goma back in 2012, but withdrew within days following agreement involving neighboring countries. Now, let us take a look at the map of Goma. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, is one of Africa's most richly endowed countries in terms of mineral wealth. The country, like we've mentioned before, hosts a number of major deposits of diamond, gold, copper, cobalt, tin, titanium, even lithium. Now, a Congolese mining belt running along its borders with Uganda and Rwanda holds vast amounts of gold and some of the world's largest deposit of coltan, an ore that is mined by hand and is key for manufacturing electronic devices. The U.S. Treasury has said that in eastern DRC, where there are approximately 130 active armed groups, the gold trade is a major driver of conflict. They believe that more than 90% of DRC gold is smuggled to states, including Rwanda and Uganda, where it is then refined and then exported to other countries, mainly the United Arab Emirates.
The member countries of Sadc have economic interests and sources that are very diverse. Natural resources in many Sadc countries comprise minerals and wildlife. Roughly half of the world's platinum and diamonds are found in Southern Africa, along with 36% of gold and 20% of cobalt. These minerals contribute greatly to several Sadc member states' gross national product and employment and foreign currency receipts. Zimbabwe recently launched the Zimbabwe Gold ZiG currency, which is anchored on gold reserves. Over 97% of tourism in the Sadc region is anchored on wildlife-based tourism, which brings benefits to private sector tourism businesses and local people alike. I'm now going to give you a brief overview of each country in Sadc. I will start with Angola. Angola is a vast country with a long coastline and central plateau. It borders Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Angola is a largely Portuguese-speaking nation with a population of more than 33 million in 2022, according to the World Bank. Its principal or capital city is Luanda. Angola's economy is largely dependent on its oil sector. Oil accounts for more than 90% of the Southern African country's exports. However, it also relies on other economic activities like diamond mining, fishing, wildlife, and agriculture. Angola uses the Kwanza currency, which was the Sadc headquarters. Botswana is located at the center of Southern Africa, positioned between South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. It has a population of about 2.5 million. Botswana is largely dependent on the capital-intensive mining sector, and diamonds contribute over 90% of total exports. The pula is the currency of Botswana. Pula means or blessings in Setswana. Now moving on to the Comoros. The archipelago of the Comoros is in the Indian Ocean, north of the Mozambique Channel and northeast of Madagascar. Its capital and largest city is Moroni. The population of Comoros is under 1 million. According to the African Development Bank, Comoros' economy is anchored on services and agriculture. The crops largely grown in Comoros are bananas, corn, rice, sweet potatoes, coconuts, peppers, coffee, sugarcane, jasmine, cloves, and vanilla. Comoros is one of the largest exporters of the vanilla plant. The country also exports large quantities of ylang-ylang, which is used worldwide in manufacturing perfumes. The Comorian franc is the currency of Comoros. Now, to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, is the largest country in the sub-Saharan Africa. Kinshasa is the largest and capital city of the DRC. The population of the DRC is just over 100 million. DRC is endowed with exceptional natural resources, including minerals such as cobalt and copper, hydropower potential, significant arable land, immense biodiversity, and the world's second largest rainforest. The Congolese franc is the official currency of the DRC. Let's move to Kingdom of Eswatini. Eswatini is a small, open economy bordering South Africa and Mozambique. The capital city of Eswatini, also known as Swaziland, is Mbabane. The country has a population of around 1.2 million. Eswatini's economy is diverse: agriculture, forestry, and mining, manufacturing, textiles and sugar-related processing, and services. The currency of Eswatini is the Swazi Lelange. Kingdom of Lesotho. Lesotho is a small, mountainous, landlocked country surrounded by its much larger neighbor, South Africa. The capital city of Lesotho is Maseru. It has a population of about 2 million. The economy of Lesotho is based on agriculture, livestock, manufacturing, mining, and depends heavily on inflows of workers' remittances and receipts from the Southern African Customs Union, SACU. Lesotho is geographically surrounded by South Africa and is economically integrated with it as well. The Loti is the currency of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Moving on to Madagascar. Madagascar is the world's 5th largest island, situated in the Indian Ocean. The capital city of Madagascar is Antananarivo. Its population is estimated to be at 30.3 million. The country is endowed with considerable natural resources and unparalleled biodiversity, such as graphite, chromites, mica, bauxite, quartz, semi-precious stones, coffee, and textiles. The currency in Madagascar is called the Malagasy Ariary. Now, moving on to Malawi. Malawi is a landlocked country and shares its borders with Mozambique, Zambia, and Tanzania. The capital city of Malawi is Lilongwe. The country's estimated population is 20.41 million in 2022, according to a World Bank report. The economy is heavily dependent on agriculture, which employs over 80% of the population. Main agricultural products is tobacco, sugar, tea, cotton, groundnuts, coffee. There is also the mining, retail and tourism sectors. The Malawian kwacha is the official currency of Malawi. Mauritius is an island state located off the southeast coast of Africa in the Indian Ocean. It is home to about 1.3 million people. Port Louis is the capital city of Mauritius. It is well known for its beaches, rainforests, sea, flora and fauna, and waterfalls. Having evolved from a low-income, sugarcane-dependent nation in the 1960s to an upper-middle-income country, bolstered by a relatively diversified economy that now includes tourism, manufacturing, fisheries, ICT, and financial services. Mauritian rupee is the official currency of Mauritius. Moving on to Mozambique. Mozambique borders Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Eswatini. The capital city of Mozambique is Maputo. Its population is around 34 million. Mozambique has ample resources, including arable land, abundant water sources, energy, mineral resources, and newly discovered natural gas deposits off its coast. The extractive sector, with its large gas reserves of 180 million cubic feet, is the 3rd largest in Africa. Mozambique is also strategically located, as 4 of the 6 countries it borders are landlocked, hence dependent on Mozambique as a gateway to global markets. The metikar is the official currency of Mozambique. Moving to Namibia. Namibia is geographically large, with a small population of about 3 million. It shares borders with Angola, Botswana, South Africa, and Zambia. The capital city of Namibia is Windhoek. Namibia is considered to be one of the driest countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Namibia is rich in mineral resources. Mining, especially diamonds and uranium, is one of the key economic activities in Namibia. Fishing, agriculture, tourism, and commercial farming, focused on caracal, sheep, and beef for export, are the other economic activities. The Namibian dollar is the currency of Namibia. The Seychelles. According to the World Bank, the Republic of Seychelles is an archipelago of 115 islands northeast of Madagascar. Its capital city is Victoria. The country has a total population of about 120,000, three-quarters of whom live on the main island of Mahé. Its economy is highly dependent on tourism. The fisheries sector is the second pillar of the economy. The economy of Seychelles is also based on processing of coconuts and vanilla, core rope, boat building, printing, furniture and beverages. Agricultural products include cinnamon, sweet potatoes, cassava tapioca, bananas, poultry and tuna. The Seychelles currency is the rupee. We turn to one of our nearest neighbors, South Africa. The capital city of South Africa is Pretoria. Its population is almost 60 million. It is the southernmost country on the African continent, bordered by Namibia to the northwest, by Botswana and Zimbabwe to the north, and by Mozambique and Swaziland to the northeast and east. Lesotho, an independent country, is an enclave in the eastern part of the republic, entirely surrounded by South African territory. Agriculture produces a significant portion of exports and contributes greatly as an employer. Besides diamonds and gold, SA has reserves of iron ore, platinum, manganese, chromium, copper, uranium, silver, beryllium, and titanium. SA also has very large deposits of coal. South Africa is one of the world's, if not the largest producer of platinum and chromium. The rand is the official currency of South Africa. It is an United Republic of Tanzania. It is an East African country bordering the Indian Ocean. Its neighbors are Kenya and Uganda to the north, Rwanda, Burundi and Democratic Republic of the Congo to the west, and Zambia, Malawi and Mozambique to the south. Tanzania designated Dodoma as its new capital in place of the seaside city of Dar es Salaam. The country includes the island of Zanzibar. Mount Kilimanjaro is the highest point in Africa. About 25% of Tanzania's land is designated as game reserve or national park, including the famous Serengeti Wildlife Park, which is inhabited by the famous Big Five animals. Agricultural land is a pillar of the economy of Tanzania. It contributes significantly to both local consumption and export earnings. Coffee is an important cash crop in Tanzania, and the country ranks among the world's top producers among other agricultural products such as cotton and tobacco. Tanzania also boasts of metallic minerals such as gold, iron ore, and gemstones such as diamond. Tanzanian shilling is the currency. Moving on to Zambia. Zambia is a landlocked country that shares its border with 8 countries: Angola, Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. The capital city of Zambia is Lusaka. Zambia's population as of 2023 is 20 million. Zambia also shares the iconic Victoria Falls with Zimbabwe. Zambia is a resource-rich country with sparsely populated land in the center of Southern Africa. It is known to be a producer of copper. Besides copper, it is endowed with other minerals such as cobalt, gold, nickel, manganese, emeralds, beryllium, myriad gemstones, sulfur, zinc, coal, iron ore, steel, limestone, uranium, and other platinum group metals. And finally, Zimbabwe. The Republic of Zimbabwe is a landlocked country between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers. It shares its borders with South Africa, Botswana, Zambia, and Mozambique. The capital and largest city is Harare, and the second largest is Bulawayo. Zimbabwe has a population of 15 million according to the 2022 census. Zimbabwe's natural environment is predominantly savanna, with a generous tree growth encouraged by the west summers. The evergreen forests are in the eastern border and the savanna woodland, which includes teak in the northwest of Bulawayo. Agriculture is one of the key pillars of Zimbabwe's economy and boasts of several competitive value chains in agriculture and agribusiness industries that include tobacco. Zimbabwe is one of top tobacco producers and exporters in the world, which earns it foreign currency. Tourism is Zimbabwe's third largest sector after mining and agriculture. Zimbabwe is endowed with both natural and man-made attractions such as the mining activities. Mining plays a pivotal role in Zimbabwe's economy. Zimbabwe's mining sector is highly diversified, with close to 40 different minerals. Predominant minerals include platinum group metals, chrome, gold, coal, lithium, and diamonds. Zimbabwe is also blessed with vast energy transition minerals such as lithium. Recently, the country discovered large deposits of oil and gas. The Zimbabwe gold, ZiG, is the currency of Zimbabwe, which is backed by gold reserves.
You are still watching ZTN Prime. Today we give you live coverage of the extraordinary summit that is taking place at Mount Hupton, new Parliament building in the capital Harare, Zimbabwe. I am Faith Nyaude. I would like to give a big thank you to my co-host Iban Mabunda, who was sitting on this set throughout the day giving us updates as they came. Another thank you to Tafara Swachiwe, who was also at the Harare Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport giving us updates, as well as Mugove Chikada and Sharon Minjenjema, who were at New Parliament building. Now, as we wait for the deliberations to continue and unravel and we hear what has been discussed, we continue to just try and understand what has been going on in DRC. And to help me understand and talk and discuss about this in studio, I'm joined by Dr. Tirevangana, who is a political analyst. Doc, thank you for sitting down with me.
Thank you.
Now, the recent escalation of the DRC conflict has been attributed to a rebel group, the M23, as is popularly known. Many people have been asking this, and some continue asking this because the name M23 seems to be a bit, unclear what it means. Can you just explain to us, what does the name mean? Who are they? How did they start?
The background is very simple but complex. Perhaps we can start with as far back as the 1884-1885 Berlin Conference, when Africa was carved into pieces that were shared amongst the Europeans. And Zaire then, which we now know as DRC, was occupied by the Belgians. And Rwanda, which we know today just as Rwanda, was occupied by the Germans. And the other surrounding, Burundi and Tanzania, also occupied by the Germans. Fast forward, the colonial boundaries, which our great forefathers of the African Union, formerly Organization of African Unity, declared as sacrosanct, implying that we had to maintain these as they were in order to avoid conflict, became the major problem. Why am I saying major problem? This exercise of map making, which was used by the colonial masters, actually ruptured societies that were essentially one organic unity. For instance, in the case of Rwanda, the one we're talking about here, the Tutsi community, the Hutu community, you know, Rwanda is comprised of 3 main tribes. We have the Hutu, who happen to be the majority in terms of number. We have the Tutsi, and then we've got the Twa. Now, both the Hutus and the Tutsis inhabited, before colonialism, spaces that are now occupied by both Rwanda and the DRC. Now, when cartography took place, by which I mean when that colonial map was established, it literally severed an entire population, leaving a number of Tutsis and a number of Hutus in the Congo side, and also a number in the Rwandan side. Now, the M23 are essentially original Tutsis who belong to this other side. So they are actually indigenous to DRC. So many people make the mistake of thinking that because Rwanda is often implicated, that the M23 are coming from Rwanda, going to DRC to invade. No, that is their birthright. So the M23 are essentially Congolese who are rising against their own government. So when you rise against a legitimate government, naturally we label you the rebel. So they are rebels because they are rebelling against their own government.
So now, an extraordinary summit of the Eastern African Community urged H.E. Tshisekedi to go and sit down in dialogue so that there can be some sort of peaceful outcome to all this. But then this issue has been talked about before, the issue of dialogue, sitting down, trying to come to terms with something, get to an understanding, but it hasn't worked before. In your opinion, what do you think it would take for these leaders to sit down and have a dialogue? And if they are to have a dialogue, what are the solutions you think can be everlasting to peace now?
Dialogue is obviously the most preferred route to peace. But my take is that if dialogue is to bring about the expected desired results, it must bring onto the table all the key stakeholders. Now, it's not enough to say President Tshisekedi go and talk to President Kagame. No. President Tshisekedi is the president of the DRC. President Kagame is the president of Rwanda. They are already conflicted. And whenever two are conflicted, you cannot expect them to have a dialogue. So how do we implement dialogue as a strategy to peace? We already have a precedent. There is the Angolan process, which was presided upon by the president of Angola, President Lorenzo. That is the only current recourse that I can make reference to. We need a mediator. Right now, if you look at the developments which have come as a result of this escalation, the direct confrontation, although at the moment is still operating at the level of verbal between South Africa and Rwanda, already tells you that the situation is not good. It is literally embroiling the entire region of Sadc to be pitted against the country called Rwanda. Now, that is an unfortunate development in the sense that Rwanda belongs to a different bloc altogether, which is the East African Community, while DRC belongs to Sadc. The presence of South African forces in Rwanda, I mean in the DRC, the Malawian forces in the DRC, and the Tanzanian forces in the DRC, is actually with the blessing of Sadc. And their mandate is simple. They are there as peacekeepers. But the way they are now being viewed right now in the developments, they are now peacekeepers who are now viewed by Rwanda as belligerent. Now, that development is really unfortunate. Now, we need to then say, if we are talking about key stakeholders, we must also look at the complexity and the levels of engagement. It can no longer be bilateral between Rwanda and the DRC. But at the same time, it can no longer be between Rwanda, which belongs to a different bloc, and Sadc, which is a bigger and higher level. So what I'm proposing really in this analysis is that much as we valorize dialogue, we have to take it further by making sure that instead of DRC, I mean, instead of the Sadc engaging Rwanda through the Angolan process, I suggest that instead the Sadc begins to court the attention of the EAC. The EAC, even though it is not directly involved in this particular conflict, it is indirectly involved in the sense that its own member state is already engaged in a serious conflict. So I think Sadc must reach out to the EAC, and the EAC and Sadc together dialogue, and that dialogue and then trickle down to engaging both Rwanda and otherwise Sadc does not have jurisdiction to bring to the table Rwanda because it belongs to a different regional bloc altogether.
But now, Doc, this conflict has been ongoing for almost 3 decades now.
Yes.
This route hasn't been explored, has it?
I don't think so. But there has been, I'm happy about one thing, just fairly recently, and I think it's about 2 or 3 days ago, I think there have been suggestions, especially to our own president, who is currently the chairperson of Sadc, to reach out to the president of Kenya, who is President Ruto, so that at their level, if the dialogue begins at their level, and then from there it cascades to their regional blocks, and then from there it comes back to the 2 countries, I think we can have some kind of solution.
Now, talking about events that have been happening over the past few days, there has been some sort of tiff and exchange of some words on social media platform X between Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, and Paul Kagame, President of Rwanda. And it has been very interesting because most people are saying if left unchecked, this might actually blow up. The president of Rwanda came out refuting media reports that President Cyril Ramaphosa had given warning to Rwanda for its involvement in the DRC conflict. But then President Kagame also went on to mention that South Africa can contribute to peace negotiations, but they cannot be a peacemaker in that country. In diplomatic terms or some context, what does this mean for the region? And of course, most people are quick to really now just assume the worst. Are we headed for some sort of regional war? And what's really going on?
I think there has been some kind of lapse in terms of diplomatic character. I see a kind of lapse. I don't think that this should have reached that kind of boiling point. Why am I saying so? First of all, President Cyril Ramaphosa can reach out directly to, not necessarily through Twitter. Similarly, the Rwandan president can also reach out to his counterpart, not necessarily through Twitter. I think one of the things we have to understand is that the social media, it's a good platform, but not necessarily a good platform for diplomatic discourse. That's number one. Number two, what is being perceived by the president of Rwanda as threats are arising from that kind of interaction. But let me emphatically say that I think the president of Rwanda overreacted, because the South Africans who are in the DRC are not there without the blessing of the Sadc region. They are there with the blessing of the Sadc region as peacekeepers, and that is their mandate. Now, when a country whose soldiers are on a peacekeeping mission are killed, and we have a toll of about 13 soldiers, that's not a joke. Naturally, the president of Rwanda was supposed to understand how the president of South Africa would react. You react with emotion. And my understanding is that when such a situation happens, that reaction, even if it were an overreaction, was supposed to be understandable in the context. So ideally, the president of Rwanda was not supposed to blow the top. I would have suggested otherwise, that first he would give apology to the South African government. Because it's not like it's Rwanda or the Rwandan soldiers who went in and killed the South African peacekeepers. It's not like that. So there was supposed to be a better way of expressing condolence, for expressing a kind of sorry, apology, rather than, standing on one's feet and actually saying, no, don't size me. If you size me, I'll tell you that I'm equal to the task, that kind of thing. I think that there was a lapse in diplomatic character.
Now, most people or some people have gone then to argue or speculate that there has been other issues going on behind the scenes between South Africa and Rwanda. And this, what happened, the situation, was just a platform or some sort of gateway for them now to just confront each other. How far true is that? What do you think?
I'm not sure. What I can do is to vouchsafe what I have no evidence for. But what I can suggest is that, one thing which is very common in Rwanda is that, in the DRC, is that almost everyone who wanted to have, to do some business with the DRC. It's a rich country. I don't want to overscore or underscore that. The DRC is a rich country. Specifically this area of Kivu, where Goma is located. It is a place which is replete with the much sought after semiconductor metals. There's so cobalt, name them. And almost everyone has an interest. Everyone in the whole world has an interest in that part, because as we speak right now, smartphones, cell phones, the making of, the, what do you call them? Okay, there was Nemocam, right? So they require these metals. So everyone would want to do some business with the DRC. So whenever people are engaging in business and they are competing over these metals, conflict is bound to arise. Conflict is bound to arise. Actually, the Rwanda could also be doing some business. It's better placed strategically to do more business with the DRC. But I think the problem comes back to as far back as 1994 genocide in Rwanda. We need to understand these dynamics very correctly, because so 1994 genocide claimed almost 1 million of the Tutsis. And now the Tutsis in Rwanda and the Tutsis in the DRC, it's one group which has been so much affected by war that the slightest provocation will invoke a very rapid and sometimes abnormal reaction from them. So all these dynamics have to be taken into account. When I looked at the president of Rwanda reacting to President Ramaphosa's statement, I could literally see the kind of emotional outrage which is reminiscent of the 1994 genocide. So these emotional outbursts have to be controlled. Your question is very important, that if these are not properly managed, they could actually lead to a full-blown out war.
Now let's talk. We were talking about the Sadc mission over in DRC.
Yes.
There are claims now by the Rwandan president that SAMI DRC is not a peacekeeping force. It was authorized by Sadc, but was authorized as a belligerent force engaging in offensive combat operations to help the DRC government fight against its own people. He also says that SAMI DRC displays a true peacekeeping force, the Eastern Community, African Community Regional Force, and this contributed to the failure of the negotiating process. What does this mean now in the context of Sadc trying to intervene and come to a solution?
What is unfortunate about that analysis, or rather, let me be blank and say, blunt and say, what is unfair about the comment is that the president of Rwanda, President Kagame, is now speaking as if he owns DRC. Listen very carefully. he is no longer speaking like the president of Rwanda. Because when you begin to say Sadc has deployed peacekeepers in the DRC, those peacekeepers are belligerent forces who are engaged in battles and so on and so forth. He is paradoxically admitting that he is responsible for sponsoring that violence. Because otherwise, his comment was supposed to stop at the border between Rwanda and the DRC. That is his sovereign territory. But to begin to be angry about what Sadc has done with and within its member state, when you belong to the EAC and you're not part of Sadc, is amounting to a kind of self-betrayal. So in a sense, like I said, it is paradoxically admitting that he is responsible. Because the person who should be complaining about the wrong mandate of the Sadc member states or forces in the DRC is the DRC government, not Rwanda. So my comment is very simple. He is literally admitting, and that, yeah. But the other thing he is also being careful about, and which explains why I said Sadc does not need to bring him to the table because it does not have the jurisdiction. He is hiding behind that diplomatic reality. He's hiding behind that diplomatic reality. In effect, that's why I said, you know, in the last, I think that was December Angola process, which was presided by President Lorenzo. Everyone else was there, but President of Rwanda chose not to appear. And that explains, he is aware of this fact, and that's why I was saying, Sadc, instead of engaging him directly and giving the wrong moral power or position to say, but you have no right to call me, the best way is to go through the region where he belongs.
Now, I'm sure most people are wondering or might be asking the question of, if the Rwandan president is saying things like this and the DRC president is quiet and not really saying anything about it, does it then mean that whatever statements that the Rwandan president utter or say might in the long run try and affect the peace negotiations or peace talks?
You need to understand that, ironically, much as Rwanda is a very tiny country, so tiny that when you compare it to DRC, the gigantic DRC, one would be saying we are comparing a hare and an elephant in terms of size. But ironically, historically, the DRC has always been at the mess of Rwanda. That speaks volumes, because ever since the murder of Patrice Lumumba, the first prime minister of independent DRC, ever since then, that country has never known peace.
Yeah.
Almost every region, ethnic group is militarized by one force or the other, majority of them external handlers, to create the chaos which is going on in the DRC. And that chaos is good for some of these foreign handlers who are interested in just looting the minerals without any accountability to any government. So because of that, the DRC has never been able to come up with a reasonable force that could fight and challenge Rwanda. So you notice that this is a giant who has historically been abused by a toddler.
So let me just move on to, you just mentioned something about, you know, external parties would want to move things out of the country without being held accountable by any government. Some are arguing, citizens, DRC citizens, arguing that they want some foreign countries, especially the French and other colonial powers, out of the DRC. We've seen videos of some Congolese people protesting outside the French and US embassies. They were lighting fires, etc., etc. Does this now give also weight to the argument that the conflict is partly being driven by the need to want to mine or get wealth that is in the eastern district of Goma?
You see, France is one of the elephants in the room. Because if you go back to the colonial times, the DRC has never received, number one, that kind of education that you associate with other countries. And, but the point I want to make is that France is not really interested in residing in the DRC. They have never really been interested in residing in the DRC. They are interested in the minerals, but not necessarily residing in the DRC. For your information, it's not one of those most hospitable places because of the equatorial region, temperatures, weathers, climate, and so on and so forth. So it's not, DRC is not a place where someone would really say, I want to go and stay in DRC. But people want to go, loot, and leave. So, yes, indeed, the French have played a significant role in not only the French, but also the Americans. They have a special interest in this. And Rwanda itself has also been sponsored by Americans for a long time. And I wouldn't be surprised that this current crisis we are dealing with is being sponsored by the same person, or by the same, not person, but by the same entity. Mm-hmm. So that chaos ensues. And when there is chaos, as I said earlier, looting takes place without accountability. Mm. Yeah.
So now, there's this issue of a resource curse. I mean, that is one of the terms that has been given or crafted in order to explain the DRC conflict. I would want for you to explain and tell us more about this when we do come back after this quick break.
Thank you.
The Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242 255 32/4 or +263 242 794 767. Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242 255 32/4 or +263 242 794 767. Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet, invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242 255 32/4 or +263 242 794 767.
Welcome back. You are still tuned into ZTN Prime DSTV channel 294. Today we give you live coverage of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place at New Parliament Building in Mount Hopton in the capital of Harare, Zimbabwe. Before the break, we discussed a bit about the conflict in DRC, and we continue to discuss and unpack this as it is one of the reasons, or the main reason, why the extraordinary meeting has been called by the heads of states. In studio, I am joined by Dr. Tidivangana, who is a political analyst. Now, before the break, Doc, we touched a bit on almost everything now, the history of, the conflict, what has been going on in the past days. And before the break, we did pose a question, the issue of a resource curse. I'll put that in quotes. Is it now like a broken record in terms of the conflict in the DRC? Because most people just say that is why people continue to fight. What is your comment?
It's an insult to logic.
In what way?
To say reserve scarce is to insult logic. When God created the world, if we were to go the biblical way, he blessed the people whom he created to populate the world with resources. And these resources are of various forms. The idea was for the resources to nourish humanity. Now, you say this resource is a curse just because you wanted to avoid pointing a finger at the real problem. The real problem is not the resource. First of all, the resource is an innocent endowment. It lies out somewhere there under the ground, in the sea, in the air, wherever. These are resources. They are not innocent. They are not conscious entities. They were created to better everybody's life. Everyone's lives. Now, the people who coined this term were clever. They are the same people who control the discourse of conflict. The very same conflict which they create.
Who you keep saying these people. Who are these people?
Let me come back to that. We are not going to spare these people today because we have had enough of what's happening in the DRC. Now, when I say these people, I'm talking about the people who are greedy, the capitalists specifically of the West, former colonizers, who have not lost interest. Remember, resource curse is an English phrase. It's not coined by Africans. Africans cannot coin English phrases unless they have been mentally colonized and they become part of that discourse. So, the capitalists, the Western capitalists who have special interest in the DRC, who want the confusion we were talking about, are the people who create this kind of discourse. And they even make sure that this discourse is shared among universities, among colleges, everywhere. And the young people imbibe such nonsense. I'm sorry to use this term. It's real nonsense to say that this resource this water here is a curse when it's supposed to bless and nourish my health. That's not correct. But The reason why they created that phrase is to shift blame from themselves to matter, the resources. So if you say these resources are a curse, it's now like saying for the DRC to see peace, these resources must be, must taken out, all of them, so that there's no one competing for this. The real case is greed. The problem I have seriously with capitalists is that there is a certain level of profound cruelty that they exercise, which cannot be explained by any logic. The tendency to want more and more and more and more, and to care less for the rest of society. This is the problem. Honestly speaking, the wealth which is in the DRC is enough. For instance, the other time I was talking about 60% of the world's cobalt is found in the DRC. The world's cobalt, 60% is in the DRC. What does that mean? Everyone wants to go. So there is a competition, and not just ordinary competition. You can have a health competition, but this one is ugly. Ugly competition, killing each other to grab it all. This is the problem. So when you ask who are these, those are the people I'm talking about. We are talking about international companies. We are talking about former colonial foreign policies that continue to feed their countries on the resources of other countries, but this time without caring to be accountable. There could be a better way of organizing this without necessarily having to create such phrases, resources. The resources are a blessing to mankind. They are not a curse. And anyone who uses the term resource curse is equally colonized. We have to cleanse their mentality. You can't say you have gold in Zimbabwe, then you say that gold is a curse.
I mean,
we have oil, and you say the oil is a curse.
I mean, it becomes a curse then if now people keep fighting and killing each other over that same resource.
Who are the curse? The curse is inside the people's hearts. It's called greed. That is the curse. So the correct term should be the human greed is the curse. Because you can have a more organized way of extracting this and sharing that. So, in what way is that? It's not a curse. People are hiding behind a finger. The greed in the hearts of mankind, that greed, that unbridled greed, that is the curse and not the resources.
I mean, Doc, now, my question now, and most probably a question that someone else might be wondering is, DRC is not the only country that is endowed with these rich mineral resources and these rich mineral deposits. Almost all the countries in Africa are rich in a certain mineral, yet it seems the pressure is just in that part of the world.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Good question. That's a very good question. Number one, you need to go back to seek answers in its historical formation. What happened? What is the DRC? Books and books have been written about it. And perhaps the most popular one, which you could also remember, is called The Heart of Darkness.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The King of Belgium, after they had done all the scouting around Africa, preferred Zaire, what we call DRC today. And the reason is, in terms of mineral resources, it's simply the most gifted, not the most cursed. It's simply the most gifted. It has lots of, and that's why he turned it into his own empire. We're talking about the King Leopold II of Belgium. And when Belgium left, again, it fell into the hands of another colonial power, and that is France. You know? And you also want to understand the configuration of the various colonial policies in Africa. The British had their own style of colonization, which created a kind of social order. They used the principle or the policy of isolation. The indigenous go there. We belong here. So you find that there was very little cultural demonization of the local people. The French and the Portuguese used a policy called assimilation strategy. it meant that it gave the local people the false impression that they were French, just like the French, through the language. And they literally substituted local languages with the French. If you go to Mozambique, for instance, you find literally everyone, including someone born two years ago, they speak Portuguese. It's not part of... Now, the danger of that arrangement, the danger of assimilation as a strategy vis-a-vis conflict.
Now, Doc, let me just jump in because we're getting visuals from New Parliament building in Manhattan. Even though it's a bit dark now, we can still see the outline of that building, and we will be getting a communique from the proceedings that were going on over in the building. We are yet to talk to some of our reporters who are on the ground at New Parliament building as they tell us what the deliberations were like, how it went, what are the results, what's the way forward in dealing with the conflict in DRC. I mean, it actually looks very beautiful at night, Dog. I mean, you would agree with me. It's such a beautiful piece of art, if I should say so myself. But we'll be getting back to that. And now, in the time being, we also go back now to our discussion about why then are we fighting for DRC?
Exactly. So I was just about to say what is the relationship between the assimilation strategy and the kind of social formation that we find in the DRC. Now, and we were also saying that we need to seek answers in the history of the DRC. Now, when other African countries were getting their independence, the DRC had their first democratically elected leader, Patrice Lumumba, murdered, specifically because of a policy of Pan-Africanism that was viewed as a danger to the looting machine. I've already described what the looting machine was like. So now it's now on public record that the Central Intelligence of America was involved in crafting the strategy to eliminate Patrice Lumumba. Now, that tells you what I mean. Now, when Patrice Lumumba was eliminated through the selling out of Chombe, the result, the next was the establishment of a puppet government under Mobutu. That's where we need to really anchor our answer as to why DRC is that unique. Now, Mobutu Sese Seko was such a puppet that he never cared about reorganizing the DRC. For all his period, all his effort was, and during his time, there were very few wars. Some people would ask, but why didn't we have so many wars during his time?
That's exactly the question,
Because the handlers I was talking about, the looting machine, had direct
connection
to the leader. To the leader. The leader would give them as supply, giving supply.
And so
there was no need for a war.
So now that there is someone who wants to regulate and oversee things that are done properly,
Precisely.
people now go to war.
Because of that now, there is no... Before we... Let me just go a little further. After him, you know the situation about Kabila, right? Kabila was assisted into government by the Rwandese. That's why I remember telling you earlier on that Rwanda has always been playing the front line in the politics of the DRC. So, when Kabila came into power, and then later refused to do what Rwanda was requiring, Rwanda sponsored rebels to remove him, and that's when Sadc intervened. You remember from 1998, 1999, 2000 to plus or minus 2002, if I'm not mistaken. That's when Sadc intervened and re-established peace. But not before that leader was eliminated to be replaced by his own son, Joseph Kabila. So these are people, including the Tshisekedi's, who are now trying to reorganize their societies, to take control, full charge of their social realities, their political realities. But the problem with these, according to the looting machine, if I may call it so, is that they do not give them as they require. They are not playing to the tune. So what do? They create chaos. And in that chaos, they still extract what they want.
I mean, so then, taking from what you just said, how Rwanda then sent some troops over into DRC and whatnot, the argument then that they might actually still be there, they might not have left entirely, the Rwandese rebels, might be true to some extent?
It's not even something to look for in a haystack. He himself, the president of Rwanda, confirmed that there are about 4,000 Rwandese troops. And but he was careful to say at the border.
And not inside.
And not inside. And he said the idea is to defend
the borderline.
Yeah, because his argument also is that there is another element of the Hutu element which is in the DRC, which also constitutes a rebel group that is also fighting to dislodge the Rwandan government. So that is his justification. So that's why I said in my introduction, it may look simple, but it's very complex. So it has to be handled very carefully without emotions.
So now, maybe still now we're still talking about this foreign interference, external parties meddling in the business of DRC. There are videos circulating of some mercenaries, if I should say so, surrendering to the M23. And these mercenaries just so happen to be white. Who were they fighting for? Who were they fighting against? Who is sponsoring them? Who has allowed them into the country? And what is your comment? What is your view or take on that?
Right. Number one, they were obviously business guys. That's number one. But there were other mercenaries also who were also, I wouldn't say mercenaries, they were also the United Nations workforce. Some of them soldiers, no, not necessarily soldiers, but were working at the United Nations office. They have also been taken by the M23 rebels. I saw the video footage. And obviously there were also other mercenaries. And the way the mercenaries tells you what that means, they are not coming there under the permission of their governments. You know, they sign certain contracts to go and fight, but in the process, they are also engaged in the looting process. So indeed, they are there. Yeah, but they are mercenaries. The fact that they are mercenaries means there is no country that can claim them.
They don't belong
to say that, you know, we are the ones who are allowed them to go there. Yeah, they signed contracts outside their countries. Yes, but the other question you also want to ask is that, with whom did they sign those contracts? And then the other thing also to add to that point is that the majority of the whites are also members of the NGOs community, the non-governmental organization community. But like I've always said in the past, there is nothing called a non-governmental organization. Why? Because majority of these do belong to governments. And when the governments want to interfere, some governments, foreign governments, former colonial governments want to interfere in your country, they come in the form of non-governmental organizations, which are essentially on the budget of those governments.
Okay. A bit complex, but then I'm sure if you were to look at it from that point of view, then you might say these might belong to this certain government because they are on their payroll, or
some of them
like
are obviously. If you look, for instance, I'm not saying that the example that I'm going to give here is the president in the DRC. You have Save the Children in UK. You don't have to ask where it comes from. It comes. You have Save the Children in Norway. You don't have to ask who is bankrolling them. And their government are not even, beating about the bush about it. They are clear. They are sponsored, but they come under the banner of non-governmental organizations. Others come under the banner of the Red Cross. Yeah, but these are realities on the ground. So the very fact that now we have a number of foreigners, by which I mean of Western origin, who have been captured by the M23 rebels, explains why you find France now raising voices. The USA is now raising voices. Britain is now also raising voices. And to some extent, even Russia is also raising voices.
Well, we still have a lot to talk about. We have issues of ethnicity, displacements that are taking place in the DRC, and later on we still wait to hear the verdict or the communique that is going to be shared from new Parliament building in Mount Hampden. Please stay tuned to ZTN Prime. We'll be right back and continue our discussion.
The Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242-255-32/4 or +263-242-794-767.
You are still tuned in to ZTN Prime, DSTV channel 294. Interesting conversations we are having on this set tonight. We are giving you live coverage of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place in Mount Hampton at New Parliament Building. On your screens right now, a visual of New Parliament Building. It is now completely dark. Only the lights that we are seeing, as I have said earlier, still awaiting to hear what is going to be communicated, what is going to be said, and what verdict they have reached in terms of the DRC conflict. Still in studio with me is Dr. Trivangana. He has been helping us divulge, engage, analyze, and just discuss these issues. What has caused the issues in the DRC? What are the way forward, and so on. Now, before the break, Doc, we were really talking about how much the M23 or what the M23 is. We have discussed a bit about, why they keep fighting. I guess now another question would have to be, is the fighting also somehow related to maybe ethnicity? We talked about the DRC, Tutsis in the DRC, Tutsis in Rwanda. Is there a link in regards to that?
Well, yes, to some extent. We cannot discredit that observation, because the M23 are essentially a Tutsi outfit. So, a country as vast as the DRC is highly tribalized. If you look at what we have said before, that one of the longest serving puppets there did not have time to formally structure and organically link these ethnic groups into one unit. So DRC is a huge country made up of disparate ethnic groups that are populating the various provinces. So you will find that almost each and every province, you have a different ethnic group there. But when the politics of a country is highly tribalized, it means you can never have consensus as who to become the leader. So when Tshisekedi comes to power, it is his ethnicity or his ethnic group that is celebrating. The others, even though they may be treated fairly, don't believe that they are being treated fairly, because they would always want to see one from their own at the top. Mm-hmm. And that's why you're hearing the M23 saying, we are marching we are proceeding to march to the Kinshasa. The idea is we have to replace the current leader with our own. So to some extent, there is an ethnic component. But the ethnic component should not overshadow the bigger historical and also political nature of the conflict.
So now let's talk about the displacements that are taking place in the DRC. By 2024, there were like 7 million displacements in the area.
Yeah.
This January alone, there have been unprecedented levels of displacements that were experienced due to this surge now in this violent conflict. The humanitarian situation in DRC's northern region is a cause for concern to regional leaders. UN agencies assess they're trapped and they cannot really distribute anything to those affected as the conflict intensifies. What does the future hold now for the Congolese people?
Yeah, and but that then explains why we are having an extraordinary meeting by the Sadc member states, because this matter is very, very urgent. And sometimes it's easy to talk about these things, to converse about them, the two of us here, or any other individuals anywhere where they are enjoying themselves in peace, because we have peace, for instance, in Zimbabwe and South Africa. But the situation on the ground is really dire. The situation on the ground is really, really there. Don't forget one thing, that in terms of infrastructure, DRC, in spite of all those minerals, is still one of the most backward countries in Africa. You know, you don't have roads that you can use to easily access the trapped. You know? And so, whenever there is war, the biggest victim is the ordinary person. It means they have to move to safer ground. What does that mean? It means that their personal and their family economies are profoundly affected. They cannot do their usual. If they were farming, they are no longer farmers. If they, everything, every one of their economic activities is disturbed, and they become like handed animals, you see. And so these displacements speak volumes. Remember what I said earlier about some of the social social services, education, talk about education, you know. All the children are deprived, they can no longer go to school. And it creates a vicious circle. The same children will soon become child soldiers in no time, because they have not had an opportunity to go to school. They have not been, sorry for the choice of this word, civilized, because they are being dehumanized by these displacements. And when you become dehumanized, you eventually become like an animal. So the situation, the humanitarian situation, is worse than we can describe using these words. So I think that partly explains why there is this crisis, and that also explains why I said there is need to engage the EAC and also share with the EAC and also with the African Union, indeed with the United Nations, to say there is a need for urgent dialogue. If these people have to be brought to the table, the M23s themselves, when push comes to, if they have to be brought to the table, let's bring them to the table. Let's hear them. Made as we think they may be, let's hear them, because they are key in the solution of in finding a solution to this problem.
So now, do you think that the general citizenry is ever going to enjoy peace and normalcy, in loose terms, in their country?
Yeah, one thing I think people are noticing, majority of the displacements are happening not just to indigenous, to all the indigenous DRC citizens. It's mainly to do with those who are not indigenous. Goma is a capital city, but the people in the rural areas are not as affected as those who are in the capital city. So the capital city is the place where it's like a sea. Everyone comes there, locals and foreigners. And that's where we have the most intense levels of displacement. But in the outer layers of the city, in the rural areas, because the M23 consider themselves the custodians of the Kivu citizens, they don't directly attack their own kith and kin. So we are more worried about Goma. And that's why you find in the media, it's not like Kivu, which is the province.
Goma, yeah.
It's more of Goma, because this is the city where everything takes place.
So the UN peacekeeping force MONUSCO was scheduled to pull out of DRC by the end of 2024. And some stakeholders say there was obviously some logistical slowdown in peacekeeping activity as a result now of this gradual pullout. Do you think this had an effect on the recent escalation of the conflict?
No, I don't think so. I've never really been impressed by the United Nations peacekeeping force. Because, you know, when the genocide in Rwanda took place, there were United Nations peacekeepers there, doing nothing. People being butchered. And when asked, the answer was, we are still waiting for signals, for directions from.
Why were they not getting the signals?
Yeah, because they are not there on their own. They are there because they have got a mandate from the headquarters. But the irony now is that the same headquarters is also controlled by the handlers I was talking about, who prefer chaos to peace because they use it as a strategy to extract those minerals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so then if you say it like that, then what is the importance then of these external parties or organizations coming in to help people in the DRC? I'm talking about MONUSCO, I'm talking about SAMI DRC and all of them.
Good question. We don't need the UN peacekeeping forces there. The forces that are best placed to keep peace in the DRC are forces that belong to the Sadc and to the EAC.
But isn't it the mandate of MONUSCO to make sure that, you know, they preserve or protect the humanitarian needs of people that are in war-torn zones?
Now, you see, it's one thing when you're dealing with the rebels, insurgents, you're not dealing with the vendors. We are dealing with the people who are heavily armed. And people have got a wrong understanding of peacekeeping. Peacekeeping doesn't really mean just walking about and that you'll be respected, because these soldiers don't belong to government. They're not accountable to anybody. So peacekeeping means everything. It may actually mean that when a gunfire is exchanged, you participate in protecting yourselves, and as well as in protecting others. So I think that mandate is not sufficiently understood by many people and by many commentators. There's also peacekeepers as if they are simply there to look after peace which is somewhere else. No. You just have to engage sometimes. You have to engage. We learned this from the Somali crisis. We have learned this from many others. So peacekeeping is not just about sitting there, running around, or managing by wandering about. No. Sometimes you have to engage. And that explains why those South African, because if you are attacked, you can't say, no, we belong to MONUSCO, we belong to some DRC, we belong.
There's no time to explain.
No, yeah. This war is not irrational. One thing you must understand about war is not rational. So you cannot expect a rationality or rational responses in a war. Sometimes you have to deal with
the situation
as it appears. Yeah.
So the mandate of SAMI DRC in the recent attacks, analysts believe, need to be reconfigured and bolstered by armed forces from other countries that are within the region. For example, it could be a new mandate that is centered on neutralizing FDLR and cantonment of the M23. Your comments? My
comment is that yes, forces to the DRC is a good thing, but that can also lead to escalation of conflict. If we do not consider the other key stakeholder, the handler right now as we speak of the M23, whether he admits or he doesn't admit, is essentially President Paul Kagame of Rwanda. That is a reality. History speaks to that. Now, he has to be brought to the table and agree to that kind of amity or armistice so that he can control or pull back. Otherwise, sending majority of our, like we did last time, getting Zimbabwe there, and Zimbabwe is very powerful. Many people know that Zimbabweans don't mean business when they go out there. That may be a good idea if we involve the other party in the, but otherwise, if we don't involve him, it may actually lead to worse escalation.
So that a full-blown war.
It can be a full-blown war.
What remains a sticking point now is the funding aspect when it comes to sponsoring or funding some of these peacekeeping missions. SADC Executive Secretary Dr. Elias Mahosi said member states need to contribute resources towards the successful implementation of SAMI DRC's mandate. Taking SADC's geopolitics into context, do you think this is an achievable feat?
Before we talk about funding, we have to resolve the question of, do we have to send more troops there? That has to be resolved. Because once we resolve that, then we have a more complete answer when it comes to funding. Because if we have to send more troops, we also have to look for bigger funding. Now, if sending more troops there will give us results, I would rather suggest that SADC countries sweat out and fund, because the implications of not bringing down that war on the economies of the SADC region as a whole, if we are engaged in a full-blown war, the consequences, the implications are dire. You know, Zimbabwe's economy right now is struggling because of many reasons, sanctions and so on. Is that okay? Even the South African economy is also struggling. Mozambican economy is struggling because of those clashes and so on, post-election clashes. Zambia's economy is not one of the best. Even that of Botswana is not one of the best. So our economies require a lot of rejuvenation. So this is the wrong time for the SADC to go to war. That is my opinion.
Okay, so now that they are meeting, the heads of states are meeting at Mount Hampton Parliament, which is what we are waiting to hear what the outcome is. What do you think then should be the solutions? What do you think they should be crafting and coming out with? Do you think they should be more aggressive in their approach when dealing with this situation or this matter? What are your expectations, or what do you expect for them to come out with from their discussions?
My prediction is that they should encourage more negotiation and also cool down the temperatures.
How do they do that?
Yeah, but through dialogue. Dialogue is the key element.
But do they want to come to the table to dialogue?
I mean, the leaders, the SADC leaders, I think are prepared to engage. Right now, the extraordinary meeting is actually a platform for dialogue. And that must be used to cool down temperatures.
But then how do you really then dialogue if you don't have the affected parties, I'll call them that, involved while you dialogue and talk about it? Essentially, you're talking about trying to go and resolve a situation in someone's house when the owner of that house is not there with you to discuss it.
No, the President Tshisekedi is available for dialogue. I think he should be encouraged. And Rwanda itself, it's not like they have not been coming for dialogue. It's only last time when they boycotted, but otherwise they have been part and parcel of the Angola process we mentioned earlier. Yeah, there is every reason for us to revisit that. So when you cool down temperatures, you can then say no. For instance, like right now, President Ramaphosa is in here. It's mainly the South Africans and the Malawians who have been affected. 4 from Malawi, 13 from South Africa. It's not a good scenario altogether. But they must be approached. You can't all be angry, all be emotional, because when you do that, you lose out. At least they must encourage the South Africa to cool down, to really cool down, so that they can also reach out. Like I said earlier on, my strategy would have been through Kenya, where we have the President Ruto as the leader of the EAC. Then the EAC can then reach out to Rwanda, and then we can have a new platform of engagement.
Well, hopefully there are some new developments that do come out of it. The visuals we're getting now once again of the new Parliament building in Mount Hampton, completely dark but very beautiful and very nice to see. The leaders are inside. They are still engaged in dialogue, trying to find a way and solution to deal with the conflict in DRC. Now, we're just going to take a quick recap at some of the speeches that were made by SADC chairperson as well as President Elias Mahosi, SADC secretary rather, Elias Mahosi earlier on. Let's just take a look and see what they had to say.
The Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242 255 32/4 or +263 242 794 767.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is the second largest country in Africa by land area and the 11th largest in the world. Located in Central Africa, its population is over 115 million, comprising 250 ethnic groups and 450 tribes. The main ethnic groups are the Bembe, Mongo, Teke, Luba, and Lunda. This nation, famed for its diverse cultures and authentic African-flavored artistry, is in the midst of a long-drawn conflict, one that Sadc leaders intend to resolve at their extraordinary summit on the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. The DRC is bordered by the Republic of the Congo, Central African Republic, South Sudan, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Zambia, Angola, the Cabinda Exclave of Angola, and the South Atlantic Ocean. It is home to the famous Congo Basin, the world's second largest tropical forest. Its main economic pillars are mining, farming, fisheries, and forestry. Mining grew by 18.2% in 2023, contributing more than 70% of overall economic growth. Agricultural growth shrunk from 2.4% in 2022 to 2.2% in 2023. With 80 million hectares of arable land, the agriculture sector accounts for 60% of the country's workforce. Experts estimate that the DRC has potential to feed over 2 billion people. Real GDP growth remains strong at 8.4% in 2023 after peaking at 8.9% in the previous year. Sustained conflict in North Kivu in the east continues to threaten its huge economic potential. There have been several interventions, including from Sadc, yet the mineral-rich province has not received any respite for many decades. The DRC gained independence from Belgium in 1960, with Patrice Lumumba becoming its first prime minister and Kasavubu inaugural president. Lumumba was assassinated 5 years in, and Mobutu Sese Seko acceded the leadership, naming the country Zaire. He was later toppled in the First Congo War of 1996 to 1997. Laurent Désiré Kabila became president soon afterwards. One of his first undertakings was to rename the country the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, rebel groups almost immediately emerged on the eastern border, seeking to overthrow Kabila. This led to the Second Congo War in 1998. Less than 2 weeks into the war, the rebels had taken over the Inga hydroelectric station that provided power to Kinshasa and the port of Matadi, through which most of the capital city's food passed. The diamond center of Kisangani fell into rebel hands on October 23, and forces advancing from the east began to threaten Kinshasa by late August. Zimbabwe was part of the contingent of Sadc forces that were deployed to repel the insurgents. The regional force pinned the rebels back, preventing them from overrunning Kinshasa and effectively gaining control. Chad, Libya, and Sudan later joined the war, which comprised 9 countries and 25 armed groups, making it one of the largest wars in African history. On January 18, 1999, the parties agreed on a ceasefire at a summit at Windhoek, Namibia. Fighting continued as the RCD argues that it had not been invited to the talks. In 2000, the United Nations authorized a force of 5,537 troops, the UN organization mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, to monitor the process. On 16 January 2001, Laurent Désiré Kabila was shot and killed at the Palaris de Marbe in Kinshasa. The consensus is that Kabila was shot by one of his bodyguards. His son, Joseph Kabila, was sworn in as president to replace him. There was relative peace under Joseph Kabila's leadership, though with intermittent insurgency. He attempted to end the ongoing conflict by negotiating peace agreements with rebel groups. In December 2011, Kabila was re-elected for a second term as president.
Following the 2018 general election, Joseph Kabila was succeeded by Felix Tshisekedi. Fast forward to 2024. Fighting still persists in many areas like the gold-rich Ituri, where ethnic tensions, worsened by the war, erupted. The DRC conflict has become more complex, with various reports showing that more than 120 rebel groups are now involved. The most active armed groups are the M23, Codeco, and ADF. In 2022, the M23 launched violent attacks, seizing 4 towns in North Kivu. Codeco operates in eastern Ituri and advocates the Lendu ethnic groups who believe that they are unfairly dominated by the Hema ethnic groups. In 2017, Codeco instigated offenses and continued to attack civilians and Congolese forces. Other actors are militias and Mai Mai vigilante groups jointly called the Wazalendos. So, what really is at stake and what is driving the conflict? It is believed that DRC's insecurity stems from complex factors, including ethnic intolerance and illegal exploitation of the country's expansive natural resources. The DRC is the world's largest producer of cobalt ore and a major producer of copper and diamonds. It is estimated to hold 70% of the world's cobalt production. The largest mines are located in southern Katanga province and are highly mechanized, with a capacity of several million tons per year of copper and cobalt ore and refining capability for metal ore. Further, the DRC is the second largest diamond-producing nation in the world, and artisanal and small-scale miners account for most of its production. More than 6 million people have died as a result of conflict in DRC since 1998. In April 2024, 7.3 million people had been internally displaced, making it one of the largest displacement crises in the world. The Sadc mission in the DRC was deployed on December 15, 2023, to support the government of the DRC and restore peace and security in the east. The deployment was approved by the extraordinary Sadc Summit of Heads of State and Government on the 8th of May 2023. A Sadc regional force from Malawi, South Africa and Tanzania and elements of the DRC armed forces are working with the Congolese army, the FARDC. So, what is the way out of this plague of conflict? Regional leaders are meeting in Zimbabwe to chart the path to sustainable peace. Whether a lasting solution will be found is all war-weary Congolese await. It is a dream that generations in this rich, populous nation have never seen turn into reality. Perhaps the Harare Summit holds the answer.
The Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242 255 32/4 or +263 242 794 767.
This is ZTN Prime DSTV channel 294. Today we give you live coverage of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place at New Parliament Building in the capital of Harare, Zimbabwe. Today Sadc leaders meet to discuss and come up with solutions to deal with the conflict that has escalated in DRC over the past few days. In conversation with me for almost the past hour now is Dr. Trivangana, who is a political analyst. We have discussed everything from the history of the DRC conflict to what is currently happening now and what we think are the future or potential solutions to deal with this conflict. Now, Doc, before now we just let you go, let's just sum it up. Let's cap it and summarize it. What are your parting shots in regards to maybe the conflict, the outcomes, or whatever it is?
Yeah, my parting shot is to say that, number one, DRC does not manufacture weapons. Rwanda doesn't manufacture weapons either. The very fact that we've got a proliferation of weapons that are made in the Western world automatically implicates the Western world.
It means someone from the Western world is funding the war.
There's no question about it. I've already said Rwanda does not manufacture those weapons. DRC does not manufacture those weapons. And all of them, majority of them, are manufactured in the West. So what am I saying by this parting shot? It's a high time Africa confronts these giants of history and bring them to account to say, tell us what you want and let's find fair ways of exchange. We have had enough of the carnage in Africa. Africans are human beings. They are also God's children.
Well, Doc, thank you so much for your insights and for sitting down with me today. In the time being, we are still waiting to hear responses and outcomes from what is taking place at New Parliament Building in Mount Hampton. The time now is 7:16. They have been in deliberations from around 6 o'clock thereabout, if I'm not mistaken. We're still here waiting to hear what they will say. We did see a glimpse of the sunset earlier, and now we see a glimpse of the lights that are lighting up the Parliament Building. And the leaders are inside. They are talking. They are coming up with solutions. Our reporters are also there. We are going to be crossing over to one of them, Mugovichkada and Sharon Minjenjima, as they give us an update and insights as to what happened when the Sadc Communique comes out. I am Faith Nyaude, and we are still giving you rolling coverage of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place in the capital of Harare, Zimbabwe. Stay tuned to ZTN Prime. Do not go away. We will give you the updates as they do come. We still have expert guests that are going to be sitting down with me in studio as we try to divulge and talk and give insights onto what is happening in DRC.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is the second largest country in Africa by land area and the 11th largest in the world. Located in Central Africa, its population is over 115 million, comprising 250 ethnic groups and 450 tribes. The main ethnic groups are the Bembe, Mongo, Teke, Luba, and Lunda. This nation, famed for its diverse cultures and authentic African-flavored artistry, is in the midst of a long-drawn conflict, one that Sadc leaders intend to resolve at their extraordinary summit on the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. The DRC is bordered by the Republic of the Congo, Central African Republic, South Sudan, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Zambia, Angola, the Cabinda Exclave of Angola, and the South Atlantic Ocean. It is home to the famous Congo Basin, the world's second largest tropical forest. Its main economic pillars are mining, farming, fisheries, and forestry. Mining grew by 18.2% in 2023, contributing more than 70% of overall economic growth. Agricultural growth shrunk from 2.4% in 2022 to 2.2% in 2023. With 80 million hectares of arable land, the agriculture sector accounts for 60% of the country's workforce. Experts estimate that the DRC has potential to feed over 2 billion people. Real GDP growth remains strong at 8.4% in 2023, after peaking at 8.9% in the previous year. Sustained conflict in North Kivu in the east continues to threaten its huge economic potential. There have been several interventions, including from Sadc, yet the mineral-rich province has not received any respite for many decades. The DRC gained independence from Belgium in 1960, with Patrice Lumumba becoming its first prime minister and Kasavubu inaugural president. Lumumba was assassinated 5 years in, and Mobutu Sese Seko acceded the leadership, naming the country Zaire. He was later toppled in the First Congo War of 1996 to 1997. Laurent Désiré Kabila became president soon afterwards. One of his first undertakings was to rename the country the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, rebel groups almost immediately emerged on the eastern border, seeking to overthrow Kabila. This led to the Second Congo War in 1998. Less than 2 weeks into the war, the rebels had taken over the Inga hydroelectric station that provided power to Kinshasa and the port of Matadi, through which most of the capital city's food passed. The diamond center of Kisangani fell into rebel hands on October 23, and forces advancing from the east began to threaten Kinshasa by late August. Zimbabwe was part of the contingent of Sadc forces that were deployed to repel the insurgents. The regional force pinned the rebels back, preventing them from overrunning Kinshasa and effectively gaining control. Chad, Libya, and Sudan later joined the war, which comprised 9 countries and 25 armed groups, making it one of the largest wars in African history. On January 18, 1999, the parties agreed on a ceasefire at a summit at Windhoek, Namibia. Fighting continued as the RCD argues that it had not been invited to the talks. In 2000, the United Nations authorized a force of 5,537 troops, the UN organization mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, to monitor the process. On 16 January 2001, Laurent Désiré Kabila was shot and killed at the Palaris de Marbe in Kinshasa. The consensus is that Kabila was shot by one of his bodyguards. His son, Joseph Kabila, was sworn in as president to replace him. There was relative peace under Joseph Kabila's leadership, though with intermittent insurgency. He attempted to end the ongoing conflict by negotiating peace agreements with rebel groups. In December 2011, Kabila was re-elected for a second term as president. Following the 2018 general election, Joseph Kabila was succeeded by Felix Tshisekedi. Fast forward to 2024. Fighting still persists in many areas like the gold-rich Ituri, where ethnic tensions, worsened by the war, erupted. The DRC conflict has become more complex, with various reports showing that more than 120 rebel groups are now involved. The most active armed groups are the M23, Codeco, and ADF. In 2022, the M23 launched violent attacks, seizing 4 towns in North Kivu. Codeco operates in eastern Ituri and advocates the Lendu ethnic groups, who believe that they are unfairly dominated by the Hema ethnic groups. In 2017, Codeco instigated offenses and continued to attack civilians and Congolese forces. Other actors are militias and Mai Mai vigilante groups, jointly called the Wazalendos. So, what really is at stake, and what is driving the conflict? It is believed that DRC's insecurity stems from complex factors, including ethnic intolerance and illegal exploitation of the country's expansive natural resources. The DRC is the world's largest producer of cobalt ore and a major producer of copper and diamonds. It is estimated to hold 70% of the world's cobalt production. The largest mines are located in southern Katanga province and are highly mechanized, with a capacity of several million tons per year of copper and cobalt ore and refining capability for metal ore. Further, the DRC is the second largest diamond-producing nation in the world, and artisanal and small-scale miners account for most of its production. More than 6 million people have died as a result of conflict in DRC since 1998. In April 2024, 7.3 million people had been internally displaced, making it one of the largest displacement crises in the world. The Sadc mission in the DRC was deployed on December 15, 2023, to support the government of the DRC and restore peace and security in the east. The deployment was approved by the extraordinary Sadc Summit of Heads of State and Government on the 8th of May 2023. A Sadc regional force from Malawi, South Africa, and Tanzania, and elements of the DRC armed forces are working with the Congolese army, the FARDC. So, what is the way out of this plague of conflict? Regional leaders are meeting in Zimbabwe to chart the path to sustainable peace. Whether a lasting solution will be found is all war-weary Congolese await. It is a dream that generations in this rich, populous nation have never seen turn into reality. Perhaps the Harare Summit holds the answer.
The Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242 255 32/4 or +263 242 794 767. Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242 255 32/4 or +263 242 794 767. Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242 255 32/4 or +263 242 794 767.
Hello once again. You are still tuned in to ZTN Prime DSTV channel 294. Our mandate today is to discuss the Sadc Extraordinary Summit that is taking place in the capital of Harare, Zimbabwe, at the new Parliament building in Mount Hampton. We have been sitting down here on set since morning with analysts and experts to try and understand the ongoing situation in the DRC of Congo. Now in studio right now, I am joined by Dr. Leopold Chikanyuka, who is an international law expert, as well as Lazarus Sauti, who is an international relations expert. These two gentlemen are going to just help us understand some of the situations and share with us their ideas, their thoughts, and their views in regards to the conflict situation in DRC. Now, before the break, before we did go for a breather, I was sitting here also with Dr. Trivangana. He was also sharing with us his ideas and thoughts. And now our conversation continues just with different people because we want to understand what is really going on, well, from different points of views, of course, while we do wait for the deliberations that are taking place at Mount Hampton by the Sadc heads of states, the regional leaders who are meeting. If you can just look at the screens right now, it is a shot of the new Parliament building in Mount Hampton, now completely dark, but it's still lit up by the lights. We can see the beautiful infrastructure, and people are just waiting around, waiting to see how the deliberations will go. Now over here in studio, we'll start it off now. There has been a lot of talk, gentlemen, about issues of foreign interference on the issue of the situation that is happening in DRC. Some alleged mercenaries that are invading, or that we've seen in DRC, M23 rebels were marching them out of the region, claiming that they were who had come with them, who was paying them, what were they doing, who were they fighting for or fighting against. I would like to hear your views or your opinions on this. I'll start right here with you, Dr. Leopold.
I think as you have said, the issue of external interference does exist. The reason I'm saying this is when you go back into history to get to understand the beginning of the conflicts, you'd realize that it had an external hand in it. It did not originate from Congo itself, but it had factors from outside Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, and so forth. And Zimbabwe at some point also went there to fight. And currently we also have a Sadc mission that is there. But in terms of those who are fighting, do we have, I would say, a foreign hand? Indeed, when you listen to the statements that have been said in the past days, especially when the Security Council met, there were statements that were made by the South African official, statements made by the Congolese and also the Rwandese official. The president of Rwanda made statements. The president of Congo also made statements, which pointed to the presence of external influence in the fighting that is happening in DRC. Rwanda has been accused not only by DRC but by a number of countries to having a hand in what is happening in DRC. And also we also have other external, possibly outside of the continent, who are interested in terms of the resources that are found in the eastern DRC. And these are the factors that also been playing. And another question that will also be interesting, probably, that will address that aspect of foreign interference. Ask yourself, why is it that the M23 seems to be a well-organized military group? They have all the resources, they are well-equipped, and so where are they getting all these equipments from? Where are they getting all the guns from? They don't have an airport. They are not a state organization, but they are, a rebel group. From where exactly are they getting? What it means is they are getting either training or they are getting the military equipment through another country, or there's someone outside of the country who is probably funding them, that you can actually see it. And the hand of Rwanda has been consistently been said, beginning in 2012, when the Sadc region authorized the Forces Intervention Brigade when they met in Tanzania, and the three countries which are currently there, South Africa, Malawi, and Tanzania, when they defeated M23, Rwanda was mentioned that particular time to having a hand in what is happening in Congo. So to date, I would say, indeed, this conflict, as the leaders are also debating or deliberating, and as we are trying to find a solution, we have to be cognizant of that fact that indeed we are not only dealing with an internal issue, but rather an international, form of a conflict, because it does involve. So if we are not honest to that aspect of the foreign hand, we might not be able to fully address that particular issue. So we have to look at from all, possibly, I would say, 3 angles: the historical aspect of it, the resource or the economic aspect of it, and also the external aspect of it, for us to be able to come up with a solidified and a right solution to what is happening there.
Lazarus, would you be in agreement with what Doc is saying, or do you have your own, viewpoint in regards to foreign interference in the DRC?
The problems of conflict in Africa started with the scramble and the petition of the continent, and that alone means there is a foreign hand when it comes to triggers of conflict, not only in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but in many countries within the continent. Then another key issue to support his argument is the issue of resources and how foreign countries exploit Africa's natural resources for their benefit. Many by nature is a selfish animal, and many things about his or her, many, not as in terms of gender, things about his or her interest first before anything else. So you realize that most countries causing the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo for selfish reasons, to gain natural resources, to exploit them illegally, and maybe stimulate development in their countries. So the issue of a foreign hand is clear, as evidenced by this argument, as well as the points raised here.
Now, we have talked about foreign interference or international interference. What about issues of ethnicity? Because from what we understand, there are 2 groups of people, the same group, but just divided by a borderline. You have some Tutsi people that are in Goma, and you have some that are in Rwanda. Might it be an issue of ethnicity also that might have also been causing the conflict?
No, indeed, as I think I've highlighted it before, that in my opinion, there will be 3 main issues that I would say could be at play in causing or promoting what is happening. The first one, which I think is critical, is that issue of the historical and the ethnical dimension, whereas he was talking about the division that happened with the scramble of Africa, which divided people of the same ethnicity or tribe into different countries, is one element, which has to an extent led to different treatment of people in the same country, where probably you have the majority ill-treating or the minority feeling left out, and they want to be part of the the governance, and they then start to cause conflict and so forth. So that aspect does exist, because when you look at the people who are fighting, they belong to a particular tribe. They are Tutsi. That one is a fact. They are not like it's an ordinary or other tribes, but it's a specific tribe that is fighting, which means they might actually have genuine tribal concerns that is leading them into fighting, which again becomes one factor that has to be to be regarded. I was listening to an interview a few days ago that was done by the former South African President Thabo Mbeki, when he was explaining that issue. So he was contextualizing, saying, one of the challenges that has been happening in the eastern part of DRC is because I think of the size of Congo. You have the government, the central government, probably in Kinshasa, and because of resources and management and so forth, and how big the country is, there were some parts of the country where the government, the presence of the central government was not really felt. And people in those particular areas felt left out, and they wanted to be involved in either decision making, in the governance of the country, in access to resources, and so forth. So these people now, since they belong to a particular tribe, then felt they have the right to fight for themselves and protect themselves. So that is one aspect of conflict. The second one, we have actually touched it a bit, is on the issue of access to resources, where you have had more than 100, I think, groups that are fighting. It's only we are talking about M23 at this moment because it is, one of the major group that is fighting right now. But there are a lot of other that emanated from either, some of them they were military leaders, some of them they were politicians, some of them are actual warlords who are fighting not because they want to be part of the governance or they feel left out, but they're fighting it because they want to have access to resources. Because when you look at the area itself, the amount of resources that it has, many countries and many individuals want access to those particular resources. And in that regard, they have now, started to form, groups to fight, so that they protect their loot, they protect their resources, and so forth. And the third one, of course, is that I've mentioned, the external hand that is at play in what is happening. So we can't deny the fact that ethnicity is playing a role, but it's not the only cause or the only issue that is causing the conflict. There are other factors that have to be considered.
Well, in conversation with me in studio right now is Dr. Leopold Chikanyuga as well as Lazarus Sauti, both international relations experts in their own regard. But for the time being, in case you missed it, we are just going to give you a recap of the speech that was made by the Sadc Executive Secretary Elias Mahosi earlier on at New Parliament Building in Mount Upton. We'll be back as we continue our discussions while we wait for the deliberations by the regional leaders.
Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of Sadc, Your Excellency, Mr. Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and incoming Chairperson of Sadc, Your Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and Chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government and their representatives, Honorable Professor Amon Murirwa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the Chairperson of the Sadc Council of Ministers, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers in our midst, senior officials and heads of our security institutions, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is a great honor and privilege, Your Excellencies, for me to welcome you to this extraordinary summit of heads of state and government of the Southern African Development Community, or SADC, here in Harare, Republic of Zimbabwe, the land of wonders. This summit has been convened urgently to discuss the deteriorating security situation in Eastern DRC. It is a situation that requires urgent intervention and our collective efforts to restore normalcy and ensure security of the SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, SAMI DRC, the FRDC, and the civilians in the area of operation. First and foremost, I would like to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and our Chair, for convening and hosting this extraordinary SADC summit at short notice. It is the second extraordinary SADC summit in a space of about 2 months to discuss the situation in Eastern DRC, following an earlier extraordinary SADC summit held on 20th November of last year. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson of SADC, His Excellency Dr. Mnangagwa, the government, and the people of the Republic of Zimbabwe for consistently stepping up to host our head of state and government at such short notices. I also wish to thank all heads of state and government for sparing time from their very tight and demanding schedules to attend this crucial meeting. Your presence here today reflects your undeniable concern to the situation in DRC and the collective desire by yourselves for a swift and worthwhile intervention at the very highest level of our regional organization. Before I proceed with my introductory remarks, I wish to take this opportunity to recognize and extend our warmest welcome, Your Excellencies, and heartfelt congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, for assuming the highest office in Mozambique on the 15th of January this year as the country's 5th president. Your Excellency, we look forward to benefit from your wisdom, your counsel, and valuable insights to sharpen and enhance our region's integration and development agenda, including matters of peace, security, and stability in our region. We welcome you, sir. Your Excellencies, SADC has been a long-standing partner and a staunch advocate for lasting peace, security, and stability in Eastern DRC. It will be recalled that in December of 2023, our region deployed the SAMI DRC to support the government of the DRC to restore peace and security in the eastern part of the country. It is also worth noting that way before the deployment of SAMI DRC, SADC troop contributing countries, namely Malawi, South Africa, and United Republic of Tanzania, had been active in Eastern DRC since 2013 as part of the Force Intervention Brigade under the auspices of MONUSCO, still to restore peace and security. Throughout this period, SADC has remained one of the guarantors of peace, security, and cooperation framework for DRC and the Great Lakes region, which aims to build stability by addressing the root causes of conflict in Eastern DRC. Our regional support has always been grounded on the principles enshrined in the SADC Treaty, the SADC Protocol on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation, and the SADC Mutual Defense Pact, which place responsibility on our regional body to maintain peace and stability as the necessary preconditions for the attainment of sustainable development and regional integration. Your Excellencies, in the last few weeks, we have witnessed intensified attacks by the M23 armed group on SAMI DRC and the armed forces of the DRC bases, leading to the loss of 16 members of our troops and multiple casualties, now more than 70 as we speak. All these attacks came against the backdrop of an agreed ceasefire, which was brokered through the Luanda process led by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, the President of the Republic of Angola, and the African Union champion for peace and reconciliation in the continent. With its consistent support for political and diplomatic interventions to resolve the conflict, SADC had hoped that the said ceasefire would yield a meaningful and visible cessation of hostilities in Eastern DRC to prevent more losses and improve the dire humanitarian situation in the area. I wish to report to Excellencies that I have been in constant communication with the leadership of SAMI DRC, including this morning, and we must appreciate that despite all devastating attacks on SAMI DRC operational bases, our troops have successfully defended their positions. We commend the leadership of SAMI-DRC and the men and women who serve under the SAMI-DRC for their resilience, commitment, devotion to the noble cause of restoring peace and security in the country and the SADC region at large. I wish to extend our sincere condolences to the countries and families of those who lost their lives in the mission. We also wish a speedy recovery to those troops who are injured. I wish to sincerely thank all member states for their solidarity, sacrifice, and support to the SAMI-DRC, and by extension to the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellencies, the agenda of this summit has been informed by the outcome of the extraordinary summit of the Organ Troika, plus troop contributing countries, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, which was held on the 28th of this month under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, as the chairperson of the organ. Given the urgency and gravity of the current security situation in the DRC, the Extraordinary Organ Troika Summit felt the need for this summit to reevaluate our collective response towards the restoration of peace and security in the DRC. I have no doubt, Your Excellencies, that decisions from this summit will reflect our long-standing commitment and support to the people of the DRC and our broader quest to make a meaningful impact on security and stability in the region and in the continent. Your Excellencies, this region has been known for its peaceful coexistence or peaceful existence and remains a beacon of hope for citizens of our countries and for our continent, which is plagued by conflict and instability in other parts. SADC must do all it can to protect and preserve this peace that is so elusive nowadays and very costly to restore once lost. I believe that a great deal of our focus and efforts should be targeted at sustainable solutions that build on this very foundation that has consistently defined our region. With these few remarks, please allow me, Your Excellencies, to humbly invite the chairperson of SADC, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, to officially open the extraordinary summit. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Asante sana. Tatenda siyabonga.
So what we were just looking at or taking a listen to was the speech that was made by Executive Secretary to SADC Elias Makhosi earlier on when the regional leaders did start with their meeting at New Parliament Building in Mount Hampton. Now, one of the gentlemen in studio right now, Lazarus South, is just going to help us understand and analyze what this has been said. Now, just if you could just give us an analysis of the speech that was given by Mr. Elias Makhosi. What does it mean? What is it giving us some sort of local intel or some preempting into what is going to happen during the deliberations?
Okay, so the speech by Mr. Makhosi, Mr. Elias, provided a framework, a thematic framework of the current crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the key takeaways are: number one, the humanitarian situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is deteriorating. People in the eastern side of DRC are facing a serious crisis in terms of their personal security, in terms of displacements, community security. He's clearly stated that violent extremism is displacing these people and it's costly to the economy of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Another key issue that he mentioned in his speech is the element of collective security, the responsibility of the Sadc region in enforcing collective security in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Clearly, and in similar terms, he said DRC is in crisis. So what is needed through the regional bloc of Southern Africa is to join hands and assist people in the Democratic Republic of Congo from that dire situation. And the Sadc Troika, the extraordinary Troika, is there now to try and dissect on mechanisms that can be used, that are useful to end the crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And maybe to further explain on that part, you realize that when it comes to human security and its pillars, you realize that people in Democratic Republic of Congo are suffering in terms of their political security. They are suffering in terms of their economic security, as he mentioned. They are also suffering in terms of community security, the issue of displacements, in terms of health, access to basic health facilities and stuff. So to dissect the speech now, it is of importance for Sadc leaders to deal with those issues first, to discuss about those issues first, and maybe try to deduce mechanisms or solutions from those issues. Then he also mentioned mentioned about the 3 countries that are providing troops in the Democratic Republic of Congo: South Africa, Malawi, and Tanzania. And in his speech, he clearly urged Sadc countries to support those countries, and maybe the support can be material, it can be financial, because currently the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo demands collaboration. It demands joining hands, joining forces among member states of not only the Sadc regional grouping, but also the Eastern Africa community, so that they can come up with the viable means that are pro-peace, viable means that stimulate sustainable, durable peace. And talking about sustainable, durable peace, we are talking about the infrastructures for peace, attitude for peace. Maybe to tie it with what Doc said, the current situation is poor governance also on the part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And in his speech, he's saying we should stimulate development through strengthening governance institutions. And governance institutions are anchored on the principles of accountability, principles of transparency when it comes to maybe resource management, because as we have discussed earlier, natural resources are at the center of this conflict. So in his speech, he is calling all the interested actors to join hands and support the Democratic Republic of Congo, especially in strengthening its democratic institutions. His a call to African peace-building mechanisms, because Democratic Republic of Congo is in Africa. And of course, there are foreign actors, non-African actors that are also involved in that conflict. But his call is for a collective effort, that collective responsibility for African countries to dig deeper and provide African solutions to these issues that are affecting peace and security, not only in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but in other Sadc member states. Because remember, he mentioned that Sadc was known as a peaceful bloc, but pockets of violence are now erupting. Maybe specific examples include Mozambique, here and there, xenophobia attacks in South Africa, political uncertainties in most countries as well. And his is a call for a collective social responsibility effort by all member states to deal with such issues and ensure that durable peace is achieved.
Oh, interesting insights and evaluation in regards to that speech. Hopefully now it becomes a bit clearer to maybe some of our viewers, what was said by the Sadc Executive Secretary. Now, right now, we just want to make a quick crossover to one of our reporters, Mugove Chikada, who is stationed at New Parliament Building in Mount Hampton, as he just gives us maybe an update on the situation over there, what is going on now. The time now is like 8:06, and, leaders have been inside the building for almost a few hours now as they continue to deliberate and talk about the situation in DRC. Mugove, good evening.
Good evening, Faith.
I'm very well. I see now you are literally in the dark, but you are here to just give us an update on what's going on over there.
Yes, certainly I am in the dark, a very dark time for the Southern African region, for Sadc. A lot of decisions must be made, decisions that will perhaps bring light to a bloc that is troubled. Yes, I can confirm that the member states are still inside the meeting. In his opening remarks, the president was very clear in terms of what their mission is. They remain unshaken, to quote from what he has said. He has also said that the people of East DRC have suffered for a very long time. So high expectations as we await the communique that will come at the end of the meeting. And I must also highlight what was also stated by the Executive Secretary, Mr. Elias Magosi, saying that the matter really needs urgency. Escalation of conflict in Eastern DRC has really shocked the region. It has also affected East Africa. It's a big issue that must be addressed.
Are there any indications as to when the regional leaders will conclude their discussions, and perhaps, just give us a feel of the atmosphere right now as you stand outside New Parliament Building? Is there any kind of feeling that is within maybe some of you as the reporters, as the analysts that are waiting the decisions that are taking place inside?
From here, it's a closed session, and you hardly get anything in terms of what may actually be being discussed inside those meetings. But what I should highlight is that there are a lot of complications, obviously, and it's not a surprise that the meetings have actually taken this long. We are looking at a situation whereby in the build-up to this meeting, there were exchanges between the Rwandan president and the South African president, President Cyril Ramaphosa. That issue, obviously, given the fact that Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, is part and parcel of Sadc, and Sadc highlighting at the same time that the Mutual Defense Pact still comes into effect in such a situation whereby they stand by any member state. It's an issue that is complex, given that Rwanda has said that South Africa may not be a good candidate to actually be mediating in this situation. So complex issues that obviously they are discussing, but they will have to come out with something as a bloc, something that will be solid to ensure that there is peace and stability in that region.
So, Mugo, you will be standing by to give us an update as to when that communique does come out, right?
Certainly.
Well, thank you for the time being. That's Mugove Chikada, one of our ZTN reporters stationed at New Parliament Building in Mount Hampton, just giving us an update in regards to the meeting that is taking place. As for now, no one is quite sure when this meeting is going to end. It is closed door, and everyone is just waiting to see what is going to happen. Lazarus Sauti just helped us analyze the speech by the Executive Secretary to the Sadc, Elias Magosi. And now we just take a listen now, a recap, if you had missed it once again, a speech that was made by Sadc Chairperson, President Emerson Mnangagwa, earlier on at New Parliament Building.
In absentia, His Majesty King Mswati III, King of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and incoming Chairperson of Sadc, Your Excellency João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and outgoing Chairperson of Sadc, Your Excellency, Dr. Samia Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and Chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. Your Excellency, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi and the incoming Chairperson of the organ. Your Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia and outgoing Chairperson of the organ. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and Honorable Ministers who are here. The Sadc Executive Secretary, Your Excellency Mr. Elias Magosi, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, Your Excellencies, may I begin by warmly welcoming you back to Zimbabwe for this extraordinary summit to discuss the dire situation in the Eastern DRC. I thank you all for taking time to attend this meeting, which was convened on short notice. I trust that you have found the facilities available to you suitable. I extend a special revolutionary welcome to His Excellency, Comrade Daniel Francisco Chapo, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. As a region, we look forward to working with you in enhancing regional peace, security, and integration, as well as our collective development agenda for our region. Your Excellencies, regrettably, since our last meeting, very little progress has been made in our search for lasting peace in the Eastern DRC, which is now characterized by escalating hostilities and conflict. This culminated in the unfortunate and atrocious attacks carried out on our mission in Goma that claimed the lives of several Sami DRC and MONUSCO peacekeepers, while others sustained serious injuries. On behalf of Sadc, the government and people of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to convey our heartfelt condolences and deepest sympathies to the member states and families of the brave men and women who lost their lives in the service of the people of DRC, the Sadc region, and indeed the cause of continental and world peace. Our condolences also extend to the families of the non-combatant victims who have lost their lives as a result of this conflict. May the souls of the departed rest in eternal peace. May I invite us all to rise as we observe a moment of silence in honor of our fallen grandsons and daughters. May we take our seats. Your Excellencies, last November 2024, we met in an extraordinary session endorsing the extension of Sami DRC. We meet today to seek lasting solutions to the challenges faced in the Eastern DRC. I commend the contributions made by fellow member states and the Sadc Secretariat in ensuring our collective security. May we as member states continue to do all we can to support our gallant men and women in the theater of operations and ensure that Summit DRC achieves its important objective. Your Excellencies, I wish to thank the chairperson of the Sadc Troika, Her Excellency President Samir Hassan, and the other members of the Troika, as well as troop contributing countries, for having convened in Dar es Salaam to deliberate on this important matter. As we deliberate on our firm and united response, let us not overlook the humanitarian crisis stemming from the prevailing armed conflict in Eastern DRC. The plight of the millions of internally displaced populations cannot and should not be ignored. Sadc appreciates the support rendered by international cooperating partners in response to the critical needs of the displaced populations. However, more must be done to alleviate that situation. The people of the Eastern DRC have suffered for far too long. Further, Sadc condemns in the strongest terms the attacks by aggressor forces. While we pause to mourn our loss, our resolve to ensure collective security cannot be shaken. The importance of dialogue and peace building for the benefit of the people of the Eastern DRC must be boldly pursued. To this end, our region stands ready to intensify our efforts to protect the Sadc citizens from all forms of instability in line with the Sadc Mutual Defense Pact. The peace and security of our region is a shared obligation. I therefore call upon us all to leverage on this important meeting by engaging in frank and fact-based deliberations. Our political will must be strengthened towards a concrete and actionable roadmap that will help accelerate the realization of peace in the Eastern DRC. I wish the summit fruitful deliberations. With these remarks, it is my distinct pleasure and honor to declare this extraordinary summit officially open. I thank you.
Well, just now we were watching a recap of Sadc chairperson, President Emmerson Mnangagwa's speech that he gave at the new Parliament building earlier on today. Now, in studio, like I did mention earlier, I'm joined by some experts. And right now, I'm just going to pass it over to Dr. Chiganyuka to try and help us understand, digest, just have an insight into the speech that was read by the chairperson.
Basically, in short, what the president said is we are one family, we fight for each other, we protect each other. And when one of us has a problem, we come together. We do so because, as a region, the SADC, we have our own mutual defense pact of 2003 that we agreed that an injury to one is an injury to all. And therefore, a war in DRC should be considered as good as a war in Zimbabwe, a war in South Africa. And therefore, collectively, as you were saying, we have to come up with a very decisive decision, a decision that will see an end to the conflict in DRC. And in so doing, it is a responsibility of each and every one of the 16 countries in the SADC region to come together and fight. But of course, he also emphasized on the need to prioritize dialogue, because dialogue is very important. Wars do not end wars, but rather sometimes bringing people to the table, listening to what they have to say, sometimes brings peace, because people are allowed to air out their views. Because in most cases, when you are seeing people fighting, their grievances or their issues that people want them addressed. So when you bring them together under a table, you'll be able to hear from these people what they want, and where there's need to find compromise, a compromise is found, and then peace is found. So basically, that is what the president was saying as the chairperson of SADC, that indeed, as they is chairing the meeting, he is committed, and so is every one of the SADC country. He has a responsibility. We all have a responsibility as a region to find peace in DRC.
Now, SADC is one of those organizations that is going to help find peace, like you are saying. They are meeting right now just for that sole reason. But there is an argument that is coming out now with, the Rwandan president saying or giving claims that, maybe Sami DRC is not supposed to be within the region. They are not supposed to be, brokering peace negotiations because it's entirely not really their place. What are your views in regards to that?
All right, let me possibly start by explaining why do we have regional organizations. So regional organizations, even when you go to the United Nations Charter, you go to Article 8 of the UN Charter, it talks about regional arrangements, that the Security Council may make use of regional organizations in view of finding peace and security. Subsequently, in 2009, the Security Council issued a resolution 1809. In 2012, it also issued another resolution 2033, which I think South Africa was one of the countries. I'm mentioning these, I'm trying to highlight the importance of regional organizations, that even at United Nations Security Council, the importance of regional organizations is emphasized, because the understanding is regional organizations are quite important in the sense that they are close to the situation, and therefore they are in a better position to handle a matter better than possibly people coming from outside. And they also, sometimes feel the heat when a situation is happening. So that is one of the reasons why countries join regional organizations as a form of creating collective security. So when you join a regional organization, such as SADC, right, they have their own defense pact. So it's a form of collective security, whereby you are saying, I know I might have challenges in future, coming from anywhere. But when I join a regional organization, it also helps me to protect myself from invasion. When someone comes, I have somewhere to go to and say, guys, look here, I have someone in my house. Can you please come and help me? So I'll give you an example. Let's say we are in a village, right? So when people are in a village, whenever a problem happens in the village, in the family, people usually come together, right? I remember at some point going into a funeral in the rural area. And what I saw people contributing ufu. There was a funeral, people were, going collecting ufu, collecting Marie Chema, and so forth. I'm just trying to put regional organizations into perspective to answer your question as to, what the Rwandese president is saying. The reason we do that in a community is because you are part of the community. When you face a problem, you might not be in a position to help yourself in that particular time. And therefore, we pay Marie Chema to assist you so that you get over the situation. So when you put that into the regional perspective in terms of collective security, it then answers that question where to say the aspect of collective security answers that question where someone faces a problem because you are part of the community and therefore that community has an obligation to come and help you. Regional organizations comes with charters, with treaties, with protocols that spell out how they are going to function. And in the case of a peace and security issue, how do we respond to that? So there are two issues actually when it comes to invasion. So even when you go to the UN Charter, it talks about, about issue of sovereignty and so forth. So when a country is under attack, there are two methods that foreign international organizations or outsiders can intervene in that particular country that is under attack. The first one could be unilateral deployment or unilateral deployment of troops, whereby this can be done under the United Nations Security Council, acting under Chapter 7, make a resolution under Article 39, can authorize a military force with or without the acceptance of the host government, right? So it happened before in Libya, where the NATO went in under the cover of the Security Council without the approval of the Libyan government. And the African Union, though it's a bit debatable, under its own constitutive act, Article 4H, it allows the African Union to unilaterally again intervene in any situation. The second one is by invitation. So now it then answers this question by invitation. So when we are talking about invitation is DRC faces a problem. The DRC can look outside and invite friends to say, can you please come and help me? Those countries will go at the invitation of the host country. So when the host country is the one that has invited the outsiders or the regional organization to come and help it fight any form of invasion, no any other country has that right or responsibility to come and tell that country that you had no right to invite. It's your house. So I am in my house, mapinda nyoka mba, get the point. And then I decided to call a friend, can you please come and help me fight a snake in my house? Can another neighbor say, well, why did you invite that person to come and help you fight the snake in your house? This is my house, right? When I have a problem, I can choose who to invite. So when Sami DRC went to DRC, it was deployed, it was with the collaboration of the Congolese government. They did not impose themselves. Even the United Nations mission that is there, they did not impose themselves. Congo can say to the Sami DRC, your work here is done. You can leave. But when they are still needed, Congo can say, well, can you please come and help us fight what we are fighting for? So as you have said, if Rwanda is now saying they have no right to be there, it's not in the place of Rwanda to determine who is supposed to be in Congo assisting the Congolese government, because Congo is a sovereign country. As a sovereign country, it's a member to certain regional organizations, Sadc and the East African Community, and therefore it can invite, because it is part of a community, invite members of those particular community to come and help it. So in this particular case, the Sami DRC is there satisfying all international laws or international obligations that they do have.
Now, Lazarus, given the explanation that we just got, I guess then my question to you now would be, why would Rwanda be making such assumptions? Why would they be making such claims if, like Leopold just explained, they have really no right to be doing that, because DRC, she's sovereign. She really does not need, Rwanda to speak on behalf of her. What's your take?
Okay, let's trace the history of the Congo conflict from the 1994 Rwanda genocide. So you realize that the conflict maybe started as an overspill of the ethnic people who were flocking from Rwanda to the Democratic Republic of Congo. And from that moment, Rwanda became one of the key actors in that conflict. Then another point here is that South Africa is one of the big brothers of the Sadc regional grouping, said Rwanda is backing the M23 group or the M23 movement. And the claim by South Africa was also supported by the United Nations. They said there is evidence that Rwanda is backing that group, making also Rwanda a key actor in the conflict. So the president of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, said South Africa should not pretend in cause to be a peacemaker in the Democratic Republic of Congo, maybe because of this background. Now, there are Tutsis in the eastern side of Democratic Republic of Congo. There are also Tutsis in Rwanda, and because of that, it created animosity between the two countries. So the statements by Rwanda, statements of intent, may be intended towards the South African president, and the hostilities also between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. We all know that there is animosity between these two countries, these two presidents, issues of mistrust between them. But as my colleague here rightfully said, when it comes to issues of sovereignty, we have to think about human security first. We have to think about human life, and we have to respect it. So whatever the case, it is within the mandate of the Southern African Development Community to defend the lives of innocent citizens in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and it should be moral for Rwanda to respect that. Morally, they should respect that, because we are talking about human life here. We are not talking about economic interest, political interest. We all know that Rwanda is very much interested in that area, and Rwanda is benefiting from that area. But to say such statements is not benefiting the situation right now. In fact, it is escalating the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So it's all about the diplomatic tips between leaders in Africa. Unfortunately, our leaders are fighting at the moment. We are expecting them to join hands and solve the crisis that is in the Democratic Republic of Congo. They should stand up and make sure that human life is protected instead of pushing personal vendettas.
Now, speaking of which, speaking of regional leaders coming up with solutions, some analysts now believe that in light of recent events, the mandate of SAMI DRC might need to be evaluated a bit, reconfigured and bolstered by maybe armed forces from other countries within the region. I'm talking about a new mandate centralized on neutralizing FDLR and cantonment of the M23. But then some also now argue that this could result in a full-blown war. What are your comments?
Definitely, I would agree that indeed the mandate of the mission has to be evaluated, because as it is, I think, as we heard from what the president even said, that little has been registered, between, the extraordinary summit of last year and today in terms of peace and security in that region. We need first to understand that there are two ways that a mission can be deployed. The first one will be peace enforcement. So when it's peace enforcement, you are going for war. You are going there to fight. And that's peace enforcement. You're joining there, going to be fighting, you are part of the conflict. And then the second one will be peacekeeping mission. So a peacekeeping mission ordinarily doesn't have to fight. You are there to protect, make sure that there is peace and people are respecting the ceasefire agreement, they're protecting the civilians.
I'm sorry, let me just jump in before you proceed with your response. Peacekeeping, like you said, is making sure that someone is sticking to what was agreed upon and you're protecting the people. But then what if they are so aggressive to such an extent that you just can't fold your hands? Are you then just going to stand there and be like, okay, we came here, we're on a peacekeeping mission, we're not peace enforcers, so you do what you're going to do. We're going to stand by and watch you do what you're going to do. Or does the mandate then change immediately when, the peacekeeping mission doesn't really go according to plan and people rebel and they do the opposite of what you expected?
Yes. So peacekeeping, your mandate doesn't necessarily change in the middle of, because you are going there with a specific mandate. So sometimes, of course, when you are attacked, you might retaliate, but you are not going there as a part of the conflict. We are simply going there to protect, to provide security, to protect people. When you get attacked, you can respond and so forth. But you are providing peace. You are not necessarily fighting. But when you are going there under the mandate of peace enforcement, you are going there to enforce peace. So by enforcing peace, it means you actually have to fight to make sure that there is peace. So currently, the argument that has been made, Rwanda is disputing that these are peacekeepers. They are saying, no, they are not peacekeepers. They are actually part and parcel of the, they're fighting, together with the Congolese force. But, the Sadc region is also arguing that, no, it's a peace enforcement. It's a peacekeeping mission. So currently, that's what I'm saying, if we are going to, it's either it has to be evaluated to get into a peace enforcement mission, or we have to extend and probably broaden the mandate of the peacekeeping mission so that it can continue to deal with humanitarian issues and so forth. But my opinion, though, in as much as, the issue of war or peace and security is going to be dealt with, more effort should be on dialogue, peaceful means of resolving the conflict. Because as we have said, even if we, expand the mandate of the mission into a peace enforcement and then we start fighting, there's war. What it means is people are likely to die and resources are going also to be lost, trying to fund a war that probably might take, we don't even know how long it is going to take, people fighting. It might probably go on for 5 years or so, people fighting. So the best way I would think will be, as probably the leaders will be discussing, is to find best ways of bringing these parties to a table. As he was talking about probably South Africa being labeled as not suitable probably for that particular mission. And what now has to be done, if we are going to take the route of dialogue, we will have to find a candidate probably that all the parties are comfortable having on the table or bringing them to the table. That way it becomes easier, so that we don't want to continue to have counter accusations whereby people will be like, no, this one is siding with this one. If we continue to have that, nobody's going to listen to anyone. So the best way is to prioritize dialogue, but that dialogue has to be to make sure that whoever is going to champion that particular dialogue there are no accusations or negativity that is portrayed against that particular individual or that particular country. So the emphasis should be on bringing these parties to the table, because when you bring parties to the table, you are likely to hear their concerns, because definitely all of them, they do have concerns, and we'll be able to find a lasting solution. But in the event that indeed peaceful means do not, fail, then there is need probably to go a step further and try and, use whatever means necessary to bring peace and security in that region.
Lazarus, do you not think now it is the right time for the Sadc to be, thinking about bolstering or changing? I'm saying changing, I'm using that word quite loosely. The mandate of SAMI DRC, maybe bolster it with troops from other nations that are within Sadc, just bump it up a bit to move into that area. And if you won't come to the table to talk peacefully, maybe let us be aggressive with our approach. Is that the right way to go, or that is in a full-blown war now that we won't be able, or that won't be able to be controlled easily?
Okay, two things here. The military solution to end the crisis, as well as the dialogue path to end the crisis, and the Sadc regional group is in between. Should it bolster the troops in the Democratic Republic of Congo? Yeah, maybe, but focus will be on protecting state institutions and the citizens within the conflict zone. Then the second one, that is the route of dialoguing. The focus is on protecting citizens and maybe lifting them from abject poverty. Sadc is a stopgap measure, should first and foremost deal with ending the conflict, the cessation part of the conflict, and in trying to do so, it should invest in the troops that are already there. It should support them financially, materially, and in the long run, then it should encourage the Democratic Republic of Congo to invest in the governance institutions, as we said before. Remember, there are key questions that demand answers here. Why people in the eastern side of Democratic Republic of Congo fighting? And whose interests are they pushing? And why the Democratic Republic of Congo leadership is so eager to involve other countries in ending the crisis? Where is the issue of national interest here from their side? Because in as much as the Sadc is there to end the crisis, we are also expecting, we as Africans are expecting to see national leadership from President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, stimulating development, investing in governance. Doc said the problem is a lack of administration, proper administration in that part of the country. Why that vacuum? Is it deliberate? Or maybe it is serving the president's political interest? So we have to look at all these issues to come up with the viable solutions in the Democratic Republic of Congo. A key issue or key issues should be informed by the protection, the promotion and safeguarding of human life, as we discussed before. And when it comes to human lives, when it comes to humanitarian interventions, we have to make sure that people who are affected, those who are displaced, have access to food, they have access to medicine, basic health care, they have access to clean, quality water. And I think that's the mandate of that should be the mandate of the Sadc grouping for now, to make sure that the people have access to all the basics and to make sure that they are safe from any form of violence, from rebels, from militant groups, even from external players, external actors, mercenaries that were hired to protect the interest of the DRC government. Are these mercenaries doing their job? Are they just protecting their interest, or they are also involved in escalating the crisis. So we should have honest deliberations, especially when it comes to these key questions.
Well, we will come back to you, Leopold. I do see that you have something burning, but we are just going to take a quick breather. When we do come back, we are continuing with our discussion. But before we go for break, I'm sure right now on your screens you can see a shot of the new Parliament building in Mount Hapton, beautifully lit. It is now, a little bit after 8, going into 9. We're still waiting for the leaders to come up with the solutions in regards to the conflict situation in DRC. It is currently a closed-door meeting, but as soon as they are done, a communique will be issued and read by the Executive Secretary, Elias Mahosi, for everyone to read and understand. For the time being, we're just going to take a quick break. We'll be right back shortly.
The member countries of Sadc have economic interests and sources that are very diverse. Natural resources in many Sadc countries comprise minerals and wildlife. Roughly half of the world's platinum and diamonds are found in Southern Africa, along with 36% of gold and 20% of cobalt. These minerals contribute greatly to several Sadc member states' gross national product and employment and foreign currency receipts. Zimbabwe recently launched the Zimbabwe Gold ZiG currency, which is anchored on gold reserves. Over 97% of tourism in the Sadc region is anchored on wildlife-based tourism, which brings benefits to private sector tourism businesses and local people alike. I'm now going to give you a brief overview of each country in Sadc. I will start with Angola. Angola is a vast country with a long coastline and central plateau. It borders Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Angola is a largely Portuguese-speaking nation with a population of more than 33 million in 2022, according to the World Bank. Its principal or capital city is Luanda. Angola's economy is largely dependent on its oil sector. Oil accounts for more than 90% of the Southern African country's exports. However, it also relies on other economic activities like diamond mining, fishing, wildlife, and agriculture. Angola uses the Kwanza currency, which was named after the Kwanza River, the largest river in Angola. Moving on to Botswana. Gaborone, the capital city of Botswana, houses the Sadc headquarters. Botswana is located at the center of Southern Africa, positioned between South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. It has a population of about 2.5 million. Botswana is largely dependent on the capital-intensive mining sector, and diamonds contribute over 90% of total exports. The pula is the currency of Botswana. Pula means all blessings in Setswana. Now moving on to the Comoros. The archipelago of the Comoros is in the Indian Ocean, north of the Mozambique Channel and northeast of Madagascar. Its capital and largest city is Moroni. The population of Comoros is under 1 million. According to the African Development Bank, Comoros' economy is anchored on services and agriculture. The crops largely grown in Comoros are bananas, corn, rice, sweet potatoes, coconuts, peppers, coffee, sugarcane, jasmine, cloves, and vanilla. Comoros is one of the largest exporters of the vanilla plant. The country also exports large quantities of ylang ylang, which is used worldwide in manufacturing perfumes. The Comorian franc is the currency of Comoros. Now, to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, is the largest country in the sub-Saharan Africa. Kinshasa is the largest and capital city of the DRC. The population of the DRC is just over 100 million. DRC is endowed with exceptional natural resources, including minerals such as cobalt and copper, hydropower potential, significant arable land, immense biodiversity, and the world's second largest rainforest. The Congolese franc is the official currency of the DRC. Let's move to Kingdom of Eswatini. Eswatini is a small, open economy bordering South Africa and Mozambique. The capital city of Eswatini, also known as Swaziland, is Mbabane. The country has a population of around 1.2 million. Eswatini's economy is diverse: agriculture, forestry, and mining, manufacturing, textiles and sugar-related processing, and services. The currency of Eswatini is the Swazi Lelange. Kingdom of Lesotho. Lesotho is a small, mountainous, landlocked country surrounded by its much larger neighbor, South Africa. The capital city of Lesotho is Maseru. It has a population of about 2 million. The economy of Lesotho is based on agriculture, livestock, manufacturing, mining, and depends heavily on inflows of workers' remittances and receipts from the Southern African Customs Union, SACU. Lesotho is geographically surrounded by South Africa and is economically integrated with it as well. The Loti is the currency of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Moving on to Madagascar. Madagascar is the world's 5th largest island, situated in the Indian Ocean. The capital city of Madagascar is Antananarivo. Its population is estimated to be at 30.3 million. The country is endowed with considerable natural resources and unparalleled biodiversity, such as graphite, chromites, mica, bauxite, quartz, semi-precious stones, coffee, and textiles. The currency in Madagascar is called the Malagasy Ariary. Now, moving on to Malawi. Malawi is a landlocked country and shares its borders with Mozambique, Zambia, and Tanzania. The capital city of Malawi is Lilongwe. The country's estimated population is 20.41 million in 2022, according to a World Bank report. The economy is heavily dependent on agriculture, which employs over 80% of the population. Main agricultural products is tobacco, sugar, tea, cotton, groundnuts, coffee. There is also the mining, retail and tourism sectors. The Malawian kwacha is the official currency of Malawi. Mauritius is an island state located off the southeast coast of Africa in the Indian Ocean. It is home to about 1.3 million people. Port Louis is the capital city of Mauritius. It is well known for its beaches, rainforests, sea, flora and fauna, and waterfalls. Having evolved from a low-income, sugarcane-dependent nation in the 1960s to an upper-middle-income country, bolstered by a relatively diversified economy that now includes tourism, manufacturing, fisheries, ICT, and financial services. Mauritian rupee is the official currency of Mauritius. Moving on to Mozambique. Mozambique borders Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Eswatini. The capital city of Mozambique is Maputo. Its population is around 34 million. Mozambique has ample resources, including arable land, abundant water sources, energy, mineral resources, and newly discovered natural gas deposits off its coast. The extractive sector, with its large gas reserves of 180 million cubic feet, is the 3rd largest in Africa. Mozambique is also strategically located, as 4 of the 6 countries it borders are landlocked, hence dependent on Mozambique as a gateway to global markets. The Meticais is the official currency of Mozambique. Moving to Namibia. Namibia is geographically large, with a small population of about 3 million. It shares borders with Angola, Botswana, South Africa, and Zambia. The capital city of Namibia is Windhoek. Namibia is considered to be one of the driest countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Namibia is rich in mineral resources. Mining, especially diamonds and uranium, is one of the key economic activities in Namibia. Fishing, agriculture, tourism and commercial farming focused on caracal, sheep and beef for export are the other economic activities. The Namibian dollar is the currency of Namibia. The Seychelles. According to the World Bank, the Republic of Seychelles is an archipelago of 115 islands northeast of Madagascar. Its capital city is Victoria. The country has a total population of about 120,000, three-quarters of whom live on the main island of Mahé. Its economy is highly dependent on tourism. The fisheries sector is the second pillar of the economy. The economy of Seychelles is also based on processing of coconuts and vanilla, core rope, boat building, printing, furniture and beverages. Agricultural products include cinnamon, sweet potatoes, cassava tapioca, bananas, poultry and tuna. The Seychelles currency is the rupee. We turn to one of our nearest neighbors, South Africa. The capital city of South Africa is Pretoria. Its population is almost 60 million. It is the southernmost country on the African continent, bordered by Namibia to the northwest, by Botswana and Zimbabwe to the north, and by Mozambique and Swaziland to the northeast and east. Lesotho, an independent country, is an enclave in the eastern part of the republic, entirely surrounded by South African territory. Agriculture produces a significant portion of exports and contributes greatly as an employer. Besides diamonds and gold, SA has reserves of iron ore, platinum, manganese, chromium, copper, uranium, silver, beryllium, and titanium. SA also has very large deposits of coal. South Africa is one of the world's, if not the largest producer of platinum and chromium. The rand is the official currency of South Africa. It is an United Republic of Tanzania. It is an East African country bordering the Indian Ocean. Its neighbors are Kenya and Uganda to the north, Rwanda, Burundi and Democratic Republic of the Congo to the west, and Zambia, Malawi and Mozambique to the south. Tanzania designated Dodoma as its new capital in place of the seaside city of Dar es Salaam. The country includes the island of Zanzibar. Mount Kilimanjaro is the highest point in Africa. About 25% of Tanzania's land is designated as game reserve or national park, including the famous Serengeti Wildlife Park, which is inhabited by the famous Big Five animals. Agricultural land is a pillar of the economy of Tanzania. It contributes significantly to both local consumption and export earnings. Coffee is an important cash crop in Tanzania, and the country ranks among the world's top producers among other agricultural products such as cotton and tobacco. Tanzania also boasts of metallic minerals such as gold, iron ore, and gemstones such as diamond. Tanzanian shilling is the currency. Moving on to Zambia. Zambia is a landlocked country that shares its border with 8 countries: Angola, Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. The capital city of Zambia is Lusaka. Zambia's population as of 2023 is 20 million. Zambia also shares the iconic Victoria Falls with Zimbabwe. Zambia is a resource-rich country with sparsely populated land in the center of Southern Africa. It is known to be a producer of copper. Besides copper, it is endowed with other minerals such as cobalt, gold, nickel, manganese, emeralds, beryllium, myriad gemstones, sulfur, zinc, coal, iron ore, steel, limestone, uranium, and other platinum group metals. And finally, Zimbabwe. The Republic of Zimbabwe is a landlocked country between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers. It shares its borders with South Africa, Botswana, Zambia, and Mozambique. The capital and largest city is Harare, and the second largest is Bulawayo. Zimbabwe has a population of 15 million according to the 2022 census. Zimbabwe's natural environment is predominantly savanna, with a generous tree growth encouraged by the west summers. The evergreen forests are in the eastern border and the savanna woodland, which includes teak in the northwest of Bulawayo. Agriculture is one of the key pillars of Zimbabwe's economy and boasts of several competitive value chains in agriculture and agribusiness industries that include tobacco. Zimbabwe is one of top tobacco producers and exporters in the world, which earns it foreign currency. Tourism is Zimbabwe's third largest sector after mining and agriculture. Zimbabwe is endowed with both natural and man-made attractions such as the mining activities. Mining plays a pivotal role in Zimbabwe's economy. Zimbabwe's mining sector is highly diversified, with close to 40 different minerals. Predominant minerals include platinum group metals, chrome, gold, coal, lithium, and diamonds. Zimbabwe is also blessed with vast energy transition minerals such as lithium. Recently, the country discovered large deposits of oil and gas. The Zimbabwe gold, ZiG, is the currency of Zimbabwe, which is backed by gold reserves.
Hello and welcome. You are watching ZTN Prime DSTV channel 294. Now, today Sadc heads of state meet and convene in the capital Harare to talk about the situation that is going on in the DRC. This emergency meeting was necessitated by the fact that the crisis in DRC has escalated over the past few weeks. We give you the latest on this crisis in DRC. My name is Faith Nyaude. The latest reports from Goma in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, popularly known as DRC, from UN teams on the ground, are indicating a fast deteriorating situation amid an ongoing assault by M23 rebels on the provincial capital. There are urgent calls from the international community, including Security Council in New York, demanding an immediate halt to M23 rebel offensives and calling for the group to withdraw from territories that it has seized. The ambassadors reiterated their support for the UN peacekeeping force in the DRC, MONUSCO, and paid tribute to the Blue Helmets who have lost their lives from South Africa, Malawi, and Uruguay in the last few days. 13 members from the South African Defence Forces have died fighting M23 rebels in DRC. Before the latest escalation in violence in eastern DRC's Kivus, some 5.1 million people had already been displaced by years of insecurity in the mineral-rich region and forced to live in overcrowded camps with little food and no security. Since the renewed M23 offensives near Goma on the 23rd of January in 2025, hundreds of thousands of people have once again been forced to flee multiple active conflict zones, with reception and assistance capacities already being overstretched. Several displacement sites on the outskirts of Goma, hosting more than 300,000 people, have completely been emptied within hours. The M23 rebel group has declared the key city of Goma under its control, signaling a serious escalation in the years-long conflict. Now, what happened then as we led up to the recent events? So we give you a rundown of this. M23 intensified its offensive in Goma since the beginning of the year, capturing some nearby towns like Sadc and Minova along the way. Major General Peter Siriwami, North Kivu's governor, was shot by M23 fighters when visiting the front line on the 24th of January in 2025. He was airlifted to the capital of Kinshasa for possible treatment abroad, but he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries, according to Army spokesperson General Sylvie Ekenge. At a UN Security Council emergency meeting that was held on Sunday, officials then condemned the M23 advance and confirmed that 13 peacekeepers were killed from Friday into Saturday. South Africa said 9 of its soldiers were killed for trying to fend off M23's advance on Goma, while the UN said 3 Malawian soldiers and 1 Uruguayan was also killed. Bintou Keita, the UN Special Representative to the DRC, said that non-essential staff had begun evacuating, but warned that they were trapped, as M23 declared the airspace over Goma closed and the roads to the city were also blocked. However, DRC Rural Development Minister Muhindo Nzangi said that the Congolese army was in control of 80% of Goma, and Rwanda troops were either on the city's outskirts or back across the border. Now, the other question that has been of great importance, or that many people have been asking, is how is Rwanda involved in the conflict? Well, the DRC government and the UN are accusing Rwanda of supporting M23 with soldiers and weapons in a bid to control the mineral-rich eastern DRC. Rwanda denies the charge and then accuses the DRC of harboring members of the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, a rebel group that was involved in the 1999 Rwandan genocide. UN experts say that Rwanda has thousands of troops in the region which have been operating alongside the rebels. Why is the city Goma important? Why has there been so much fighting just in that city alone? Well, Goma is home to about 2 million people, and it is a key regional hub for trade, security, as well as humanitarian efforts. It is alleged that M23 rebels has controlled Congo's coltan mining region of Rubaya for more than a year, generating an estimated $800,000 per month through a production tax, according to the United Nations. The mineral coltan is used in the production of smartphones as well as other equipment. Experts believe that the group's advance will allow it to acquire more revenue through mining. Diamond and gold, diamond and cassiterite are all minerals that are found in this mineral-rich city of Goma. M23 briefly controlled Goma in 2012, but now it claims to once again be in full control. Since 2021, DRC forces have been supported by troops from neighboring Burundi as well as UN peacekeepers in keeping the rebels away from the city. A lightning advance in Congo's mineral-rich eastern borderlines is set to boost the M23's rebellion in illegal mining revenues, with analysts predicting some sort of a further surge in illicit trade in minerals, including coltan and gold, through neighboring Rwanda. Congo is rich in gold, tin, titanium, tungsten that is mostly mined in relatively small artisanal mines. Goma itself is a key transit point for these metals. According to the International Tin Association, some 200 to 250 tons of tin concentrate are moving through Goma monthly, with the Goma customs crossing between DRC and Rwanda, a key route to the Tanzanian port of Dar es Salaam and onto international markets. Since 2022, the M23 rebels have controlled areas in the corridor between Lake Edward and Lake Kivu, at times disrupting flows, according to the ITA. Experts say precious metals have long been smuggled out of North Kivu into neighboring Rwanda and Uganda, a charge the countries deny. M23 rebels seized Goma back in 2012, but withdrew within days following agreement involving neighboring countries. Now, let us take a look at the map of Goma. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, is one of Africa's most richly endowed countries in terms of mineral wealth. The country, like we've mentioned before, hosts a number of major deposits of diamond, gold, copper, cobalt, tin, titanium, even lithium. Now, a Congolese mining belt running along its borders with Uganda and Rwanda holds vast amounts of gold and some of the world's largest deposit of coltan, an ore that is mined by hand and is key for manufacturing electronic devices. The U.S. Treasury has said that in Eastern DRC, where there are approximately 130 active armed groups, the gold trade is a major driver of conflict. They believe that more than 90% of DRC gold is smuggled to states, including Rwanda and Uganda, where it is then refined and then exported to other countries, mainly the United Arab Emirates.
The Executive Director for the Presidential and National Scholarships Department in the Office of the President and Cabinet invites applications for the registration of scholarship nominations for the 2025-2026 academic year. For further details, interested applicants can refer to the press or inquire on +263 242 793 472 or +263 242 255 32/4 or +263 242 794 767.
Good evening. You're watching a live broadcast of the Sadc 2025 Extraordinary Summit. Of course, as we expect and look forward to hearing the deliberations from Mount Hampton, where it is that several heads of state and government from the 16 block institutions, Sadc, are expected to be bringing to us what they have resolved in as far as the conflict in Eastern DRC is concerned. Now, we've got our correspondents who are on the ground at Mount Hampton. We have Mugove Chigada. We also have Sharon Munjenjema, who is on standby. But at this particular point, this is what we know. The heads of state are still very much in a closed session, and it seems to be very much prolonged as they are brewing what they deem to be the best of solutions for Sadc moving forward from this particular point. And so our teams are on standby as we await to receive feedback from that particular meeting. We await a communique that will give us insight in terms of what Sadc would have resolved from this particular point. So we will continue to be on standby as we wait to come back to you with the latest where that particular situation is concerned. And of course, you can look forward to more details as we continue with this live broadcast.
Of the extraordinary Sadc Summit of Heads of State and Government. And the official closing program will be as follows. We will start with a communique to be read by the Executive Secretary of Sadc, Mr. Elias Mahosi. And after that, we're going to have closing remarks by the Sadc Chairperson, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Chairperson of Sadc. After that, we will then conclude with the anthems, beginning with the anthem of the African Union, followed by the Sadc anthem and the anthem of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, I will now hand over to the Sadc Executive Secretary to deliver the communique. And thereafter, we will have the closing remarks, and then we will have the anthems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Solomon. Thank you, Chairperson. The committee of the extraordinary Sadc summit is as follows. Communique of the extraordinary summit of the Sadc heads of states, government of the Southern African Community of the 31st January 2025. The extraordinary summit of heads of state and government of the Southern African Development Community, hereinafter called summit, was held on the 31st January 2025 in Harare, Republic of Zimbabwe, to liberate from the security situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Summit was officially opened and chaired by His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, in his capacity as Chairperson of Sadc. Summit was attended by the following heads of state and government or their representatives: Zimbabwe, His Excellency President Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa; Botswana, President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko; Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency President Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo; Madagascar, His Excellency President André Rajoelina; Mozambique, His Excellency President Daniel Francisco Chapo; South Africa, His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa; United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan; Zambia, His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema; Lesotho, the Right Honorable Samuel Ntsukwane Matekane, Prime Minister; Eswatini, Honorable Tulisi Letlatla, Deputy Prime Minister; Angola, His Excellency Ambassador Tete Antonio, Minister of External Relations; Malawi, Honorable Nancy Gladys Tembo, Minister of Foreign Affairs; Namibia, Honorable Franz Kapofi, Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs. Summit receives the latest reports on the unfolding security situation in the eastern part of the DRC and noted with concern the recent attacks by the M23 armed group and the Rwanda Defense Forces on the government forces of DRC, the SAMI Sadc mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, SAMI DRC, and the civilian population in various areas of North Kivu. Summit expressed its deepest condolences to the Democratic Republic of Congo, the republics of Malawi and South Africa, and the United Republic of Tanzania for the deceased soldiers who lost their lives during the recent attacks in Goma, Eastern DRC, while serving under the SADC, SAMI DRC, and wished those injured a speedy recovery. Summit expressed concern that the recent attacks continued to worsen the security and humanitarian situation in the DRC and called for immediate restoration of essential utilities such as water, electricity, means of communication, and supply lines for food and other essential commodities. Summit condemned in strongest terms the attacks on SAMI DRC troops by M23 operating in eastern DRC, as such actions violated the ceasefire that was brokered through the Luanda process on 30th July 2024 and undermined peace and security of the DRC and the SADC region. Summit recalled its decision of May 2023 to deploy peacekeeping mission to the DRC in order to support its desire for peace and security and defend its territorial integrity. In this regard, Summit noted that these objectives have not yet been realized. Summit reiterated its support to the diplomatic efforts to secure a peaceful resolution to the conflict in the Eastern DRC through the Luanda process led by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola and the African Union champion for peace and reconciliation in Africa, and the Nairobi process led by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, former President of Kenya. Summit called for the immediate dispatch of ministers of defense, chiefs of defense, and troop contributing countries to DRC to ensure the Summit DRC troops are safe and facilitate immediate repatriation of the deceased troops and those who are injured. Summit called for an immediate joint summit of SADC and East African Community, EAC, to deliberate on the way forward regarding the security situation in the DRC as proposed by the 24th Extraordinary Summit of Heads of State of the EAC held on the 29th January 2025. Summit mandated the SADC organ Troika on politics, defense, and security cooperation to engage all state and non-state parties to the conflict on a ceasefire process to protect lives and facilitate a smooth flow of humanitarian support to the people and communities affected by the armed conflict. Summit urged political and diplomatic leaders who are parties to the conflict to engage in a coordinated effort of dialogue, including supporting the Luanda process, MONUSCO, and others to restore peace and security in Eastern DRC. Summit reaffirmed its solidarity and unwavering commitment to continue supporting the DRC in its pursuit of safeguarding its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, as well as sustainable peace, security, and development. Summit expressed solidarity with the DRC and extended its appreciation to the men and women deployed in the Summit DRC for their dedication, resilience, and service to the preservation of peace and security in the region. Summit commended the Republic of Madagascar for pledging medical support to the injured and the displaced people in the theater of operation in Eastern DRC. Summit congratulated His Excellency Mr. Daniel Francisco Chapo on his election as President of the Republic of Mozambique and welcomed his participation in the SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government. Summit acknowledged the expression of gratitude from His Excellency Felix Anton Tshisekedi Tshilombo, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, for SADC's continued support to address the security challenges facing the DRC. Summit commended Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Chairperson of the SADC organ, for her leadership, commitment, and guidance, and for spearheading regional peace and security matters in the SADC region. Summit thanked the Chairperson of SADC, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuso Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, for convening the extraordinary SADC Summit and for his leadership in promoting regional cooperation towards the attainment of peace and stability in the SADC region. The SADC Chairperson expressed gratitude to the heads of state and government for attending the summit and for their commitment and cooperation. This communique was done on the 31st January here in Harare, Republic of Zimbabwe. I submit, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. In absentia, His Majesty King Mswati III, King of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency Mr. Andre Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and incoming Chairperson of Sadc, Your Excellency João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and outgoing Chairperson of Sadc, Your Excellency Dr. Samia Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and Chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Your Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi and incoming Chairperson of the organ, Your Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia and outgoing Chairperson of the organ, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and Honorable Ministers who are here, the Sadc Executive Secretary, Your Excellency Mr. Elias Magosi, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the end of our meeting, I would like to express profound gratitude for the progressive discussions we have heard and for all your valuable insights. I thank once again the Chairperson of the organ on politics, defense and security cooperation, my dear sister, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Hassan, for the manner and agency with which she and her team, including the Sadc Secretariat, laid the groundwork for today's meeting. I'm confident that the concrete decisions adopted today will further propel the ongoing joint efforts to find lasting solutions to restore peace and normalcy in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Undoubtedly, consolidating solidarity and attaining our common destiny remains the top priority for our region. These principles underpin the commitments we made today and indeed the solid basis upon which the goals we have set for ourselves will be actioned. The realization of the Sadc Vision 2050 and the Africa we all want under the AU Agenda 2063 are intricately dependent on an unshakable foundation of political stability, peace and security. As masters of our own destiny, we therefore remain relentless in our quest to create a Sadc and an African that plays its part at the global stage, guided by the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the spirit of African Renaissance. It is the individual and collective duty of all member states to do much more towards permanently silencing the guns if we are to succeed in achieving these aspirations. Together, we must march forward. No one and no place must be left behind. Hence, bold and decisive measures must continue to be implemented to adequately resource and equip our mission in the DRC so that it continues to execute its mandate. Fundamentally, all parties to the conflict are urged to pursue an encompassing dialogue and peaceful dispute resolution mechanisms guided by the spirit and letter of both the Luanda ceasefire agreement and the Nairobi peace process. The international community is also being called upon to scale up the provision of requisite humanitarian assistance to the affected population, as well as in augmenting ongoing peace and security efforts by our region. Your Excellencies, allow me to conclude my remarks by reiterating profound gratitude to our troop contributing countries and all member states for their invaluable contributions, which have sustained the momentum of the Sadc mission in the DRC. Let us not become weary in doing good, together in unity. We are the hope of our brothers and sisters in the Eastern DRC. I once again pay homage to our fallen heroes and heroines who sacrificed their own lives in the service of others. May their brave souls rest in eternal peace and their families be comforted by Almighty God. Our prayers are with them during this difficult time of mourning. Your Excellencies, I thank you again for having attended this meeting on short notice. I wish you and your delegations journey mercies as you travel back home. With these remarks, it is now my singular honor to declare this ordinary Sadc summit officially closed. God bless you all. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of Sadc. We have come to the end. I will request that we all rise for the anthems, beginning with the anthem of African Union, followed by Sadc anthem and the anthem of the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Sadc, Sadc, dawn of uncertainty. Sadc, Sadc, dawn of a better future, and of original and universal integration towards the people unity and harmony. Cradle of humanity, cradle of our ancestors, let us praise with joy the realization of our hopes and Zambezi from Zambezi to Limpopo, may leaders be exemplary, and may the Almighty protect and bless our lands.
Thank you very much. This marks the end of this meeting. I will allow their excellencies to exit, beginning with the high table. They are going to use this route, to go to the holding room, where their departures will be facilitated. After that, the rest of us can then exit the room. Shall we remain standing as their excellencies are exiting the room? Thank you.
What is the
You are watching a live broadcast of the Sadc Extraordinary Summit 2025 that was taking place, of course, on Zimbabwean turf, right at Mount Hampton, where Zimbabwe's new parliament building is located. Of course, quite much to decipher from that, but we will just take a look at some of the highlights or some of the key takeaways in as far as resolutions are concerned from of course, the SADC chairperson, the president of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, as well as the chief of the SADC Secretariat in the capacity of the executive secretary, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, in terms of what the 16 member states did deliberate on and what their resolutions were from this particular point, and what we can expect in terms of the points of action that from this point SADC will be taking. Of course, congratulations to the new president of Mozambique that of course was sworn in mid-January, and there was that point of consonance from all the leaders within the bloc that let Mozambique move forward from this particular point. Now, moving on to what was said by the leaders of SADC where the conflict in Eastern DRC is concerned, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, they're expressing concern over the attacks in Eastern DRC, and he was very clear that the M23 attacks very much undermine the Luanda process. Now, these are the points of action that SADC will be making from this particular point. Of course, we will now get into those particular details. It's important to note at this point that the SADC summit has resolved from this point to follow the Luanda peace process as well as the Luanda declarations. At the same time, the Namibia process from this point will be alluded to, and it will guide the movement from this particular point. The force of ministers from the SADC have been dispatched to the DRC, and of course, they will be moving forward from this particular point. Of note, of course, is that this is coming from the SADC heads of state and government in terms of the course of action that they will be taking from here. The ministers will be dispatched to the DRC to try and bring resolve where this particular subject is concerned. And SADC here did call for a joint SADC and EAC a meeting on security to forge the way forward from this particular point. So it will be interesting to see just how that plays out from this particular point. And SADC did express intention to continue supporting the DRC mission and to ensure that a resolve is brought where the subject is concerned. This broadcast was brought to you from the office of the President and Cabinet, and it's been a long day. It's been a pleasure to bring you this broadcast, and thank you very much for watching. Do follow us on our various social media handles at Zim Papers TV Network. I'm Ibn Mabunda, the Money Man. Thank you and good night.